Mr. Malone.
As a court, please, my lord, we apologize for the slight delay. We were informed, my lord, that there was a problem regarding accused number 3 and 5. But we are told that they are now here. I think they're just bringing them up now, my lord.
3 and 5 are here. Who is not here, according to you?
I think accused number 2 will be the one who is not here. But once they've come up, we'll see who's here and who's not here. Looks like they're all here.
Yes, Mr. Malone, then let's start.
As a court, please, Brigadier Ginda.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I was wondering if we cannot be afforded just some few minutes to find out what the problem was before we commence with the
Now you
trial.
can consult, no problem.
Yes, it is the trial.
Yes. May I address the court?
Hello?
May I address the court?
Yes, yes, sir.
My lord, in respect of accused number 2,
Yeah.
he actually raises a complaint about Mr. Mlaudzi.
Who is Mr. Mlaudzi?
Mr. Mlaudzi is the one who is transporting accused number 2 to the prison.
Is that so? What is the complaint?
This morning, he handcuffed accused number 2 from his hands, and when accused number 2 informed him that he's not a sentenced prisoner, he's an awaiting prisoner, he said, no, because he's fighting in court. So that's the reason why he had to handcuff him in his hands. So he told him that he was not participating in the fight yesterday, but he insisted. So therefore he requested that he should be replaced with another person who can transport him to prison if he's going to develop this attitude towards him.
So he doesn't want to be handcuffed because he says he's not a sentenced prisoner. What is the criterion for handcuffing a person?
My Lord, if they are using the iron legs,
Hello?
if they are using the iron legs, I believe there must be a distinction between a sentenced prisoner and awaiting trials in terms of handcuffing.
Is your client on bail, sir?
My Lord?
Is he on bail, in other
No,
words?
he's in custody.
Did he apply for bail?
He did, then it was refused.
It was refused.
Yeah.
So according to you, because he's not sentenced, therefore he's not liable to be handcuffed. What about
Yes.
safety and security considerations? They don't come into play.
My Lord, the only aspect that is relevant is the accusation of the official towards the accused, because it arises from what happened yesterday. It's not a normal cause of bringing the accused before court.
Is that all, sir?
That's all, my Lord.
Mr. Bandoi, what's your view?
As a court, please, my Lord, we haven't spoken to Sergeant Lauzi as yet regarding this issue, but as the court pointed out, safety is of paramount importance. If Sergeant Lauzi has identified a reason that would necessitate the accused being handcuffed, obviously he would have then taken those measures. But we want to point out, my Lord, that safety is of paramount importance. And I don't think Sergeant Laus would have just willy-nilly decided to handcuff accused number 2.
And the choice, alleged choice of an accused person saying, I don't want this judge Mokhachi.
Yes.
I want to be tried by Nelson Mandela.
Yeah. Well, my Lord, I don't think the...
Well,
it's for the accused.
I'm saying it figuratively because according
Yes.
to Mr. Mgomezulu, this client says Mr. Mlauzi must be replaced by some other border.
Well, my Lord, Sergeant Lauzi has been helping to transport the accused for the better part of a year and a half, and he cannot just be replaced like that, my Lord, at the whim of an accused person.
We all are aware that the Department of Correctional Services is a different department from the Department of Justice, and also it's a different department from the judiciary. I don't have the authority to determine how the prisoners should be, so-called prisoners or awaiting trial persons, should be transported from their places of incarceration to court. Neither am I also seized with the authority to determine how the Department of Correctional Services should enforce their safety precautions and how also they conduct what one would term the decorum of this court, having regards to what happened yesterday. It's obvious there must have been a meeting of some sort because, and I'm not prejudging anything, in the news I heard a statement being issued by the Commissioner of Correctional Services. Consequently, I'm not going to make any comment except that if counsels for all the accused can engage with the Department of Correctional Services, maybe that is the apt way of resolving this issue. And the court should not be seized with administrative issues which have no bearing to the actual court proceedings, because that's what I'm seized with, that these court proceedings should proceed in an orderly fashion. But security priorities, I think counsel for the accused can take that up with the Commissioner of Police or with the senior warder who represents the Commissioner of Police amongst the warders there. Okay. I'll leave it at that.
Mnumzana uNtanzi bekhulunywa ngawe ke la ukuthi kunesicelo ke sokuthi oqala ke ukuthi uSergeant Mlawuzi uye wakufaka uzankosi ezandleni ngoba ke ekhuluma ngesehlakalo ke senzeke izolo wase uyacela ke futhi wena ukuthi akashintshwe uhanjiswe omunye umuntu. Inkantolo ithi awunayo inawo ke lawo magunya lawo ukuthi ke uhanjiswa kanjani kwenziwani ke ngoba inkantolo ithi ke khona ke naloko kwenzekile izolo ibonile nasendabeni uCommissioner wase-Correctional Service ekhipha ke i-statement. Manje ke inkantolo ayingeke ke iqhabukele la engafanele ukuthi ke iqhabukele khona ukuthi ke uhanjiswa kanjani kwenziwani kwena inkantolo ayingeke ingene lapho. Manje ke inkantolo ayingeke ithathe isinqumo lapho. Abameli benu yibona kuzofanele bakhulumisane nalabo ke abaphethe ke abanihambisayo bakhulumisane baxoxe kodwa inkantolo ke izozwa kulokho hayi ukuthi kube inkantolo ithatha leso sinqumo.
Okay, Mr. Roy.
I don't know if my other friends would like to address my other learned friends would like to address the court. But
Oh, anybody wants to address the court regarding this exigence? Doesn't appear so.
oh,
Okay.
all right.
Yeah. You're still under oath, Brigadier.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, please.
Brigadier Ginda, yesterday, just before we adjourned, you testified that you explained accused one's rights to him for the second time, and you wanted to establish what his election was. What happened further?
Yes, my lord, indeed, I did say that, but I also indicated that he elected to speak to me, and he also did not require the services of an attorney.
Ngishilo ke izolo ke ukuthi ngamazisa ngamtshela umsola oqala ngamalungelo akhe wasithatha ke isinqumo sokuthi ke uzokhuluma nami washo nokusho futhi ke ukuthi kwangasona isifiso sakhe ukuthi ke kube khona ummeli.
And that, my lord, was done freely and voluntarily.
Lokho wakwenza nje ekhululekile kuyiphumela kuyena engaphoqiwe.
Yes, you may continue.
Sorry, I think there's two hands.
My lord, it seems as if accused number 5 needs to talk to you.
Two.
Then number 3.
Accused number 5 seems to be indicating that he needs to talk to you.
Yes, yes.
And number 3.
Thank you, my lord. There's a point that accused number 3 wishes to bring to the attention of the court, my lord, with regard to how he's actually been cuffed. He says he's feeling very uncomfortable. So I am saying to him that I would request an indulgence from the court so that he personally bring that attention to that point to the attention of the court, my lord.
What about the cuffs? Are they too tight?
He can show them to the court so that the court can make its own judgment on whether they are too tight or
Where's
not.
the warder who's in charge of it? Looking after accused number 3, is it?
I don't know them, my lord. I don't know who's in charge of the accused number 3.
Is that you, sir? Just attend to the cuffs there, and as you normally do.
My lord, accused number 5 is also complaining about the same situation because accused 1 and 2 are not cuffed in the same way that they are cuffed. So he's saying he's feeling very uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's the gentleman who will attend to all those queries. Is that it? Yeah, Mr. Baloyi, let's continue.
This Brigadier, you can continue.
Sorry, what's wrong now, sir? You
I
what?
don't feel well.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Which is, I can't hear properly when I'm cuffed as I'm seated, my lord.
You hear with your hands, in other words.
Ngabe uzwa ngezandla yini? Even if I don't hear with my hands, my lord, but if I can just be free as I'm seated.
I'm not going to make an order to that effect. You heard what I said. Is that not so?
Akukho ke engizokusho ubusukuzwile engikushilo ngaphambilini.
Okay. You can discuss that with your attorney or advocate, and your advocate can discuss it with the Commissioner of Police. Because I don't know the safety and security measures the Commissioner of Police takes after people have fought in court. I don't know. So that's why I can't get involved in making an order about you not hearing when you are cuffed.
Uzokhuluma nommeli wakho uzokhuluma ke nosojele ngoba ke angazi ke manje ukuthi iziphi ke indlela ke eyikhishiwe noma isinqumo esithathiwe emuva kokuthi ke abantu kuliweke enkantolo. Uzokhuluma nommeli wakho yena ke abese khuluma ke nabo ke abaphethe ezasemajele.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Baloyi.
God bless. Brigadier, you may continue.
My lord, yes. So thereafter, I've put to him that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngase ngimtshela ke manje ke usakhuluma ke Brigadier ukuthi inkulumo yakhe nomsolo wokuqala ngase ngimtshela ke umsolo wokuqala ukuthi ke nezathu sokuthi ngikholwe ukuthi ke uyambandakanyeka ke ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
His response, my lord, mounted to a confession.
Loko awakusho kwayinto eholela ekuvumeni.
Yes.
I then asked him, obviously after the discussion, my lord, as to whether he will be willing, freely and voluntary to make such a statement to an independent officer and also do points out that he referred to in my discussion with him, and the answer was yes.
Ngase ngimbuza ke emuva ke kwaleyo nkulumo leyo ke ukuthi angayimisela yini noma ke angathi yini akhulumeke kumuntu ke engathi independent umuntu oyimeleke iofficer eyimele noma independent futhi ke ahambe ke ayokhomba emuva kwalokho asengitshele kona uma ephendula ke waphendula wathi yebo.
My Lord, I then ended the discussion with him and informed him that I'll make such arrangement, where I then briefed the members who brought him to me, enforced us that we'll have to make a change of arrangement, whereby we will go to the provincial office in Gauteng so that such arrangements of an independent officer could be arranged for such a confession.
Emuva kwalokho ke ngase ngiqeda ke inkulumo yami naye ke ngase ke ngiyokhulumisana nalamaphoyisa ke ayemlethile ngibatshela ke ukuthi manje sekuzofanele sishintshe ke manje inhlelo noma ke uhlelo ke ukuthi kuzofanele sihambe siye ehhovisi lesifunda provincial office ukuthi ke bona ke ba-arrange ke noma benze ukuthi kutholakale ke umuntu ongahlangene necala leli uma imbiza ke kathi ke independent azohamba ayokhuluma kuyena.
My Lord, as I was driving to the provincial office, I made numerous calls to try and find someone who can assist until I got the assistance from Colonel Mboto.
Nanjengoba ngangihamba ke ngishayela ke imoto ngiya kulona ke ihhovisi lesifunda noma provincial office ngangixhumana ke noma ke ngenza ke ama phone calls kubantu ke abahlukene kwazi kwayisikhathi la khona ke ngithola uKolonel Mboto.
Yes, we will proceed.
Colonel Mboto, my Lord, requested me to bring the accused at Diepkloof, or make arrangements for the accused to be brought at Diepkloof. That is accused number 1 at Diepkloof SAPS.
uKolonel Mboto wasengicela ke ukuthi ke angenzeke ukuthi umsolo wokuqala alethwe kwisiteshi samaphoyisa sase Diepkloof.
Furthermore, my Lord, Colonel Mboto was not privy to this investigation as he was never part of it, nor did I ever brief or work with him previously.
Okwesibili ke ukuthi uKolonel Mboto wayengazi lutho ke ngophenyo laleli cala nanjengoba engakaze abe yingxenye yophenyo kwaleli cala futhi ke angikaze nangaphambilini ngasebenza naye.
I thereafter, my Lord, also phoned Constable Monaring from Swart to come and assist with the movement of the accused to Colonel Mboto from Eretin.
Ngase futhi ke ngixhumana naye uConstable Monaring weSwat ukuthi ke ezolekelela ke ngokuhanjiswa kwakhe umsolwa esiwa kuyena uKolonel Mboto.
When we arrived in Eretin, my Lord, the accused, or rather, when we arrived in Eretin, Constable Monaring arrived, and I handed over accused 1 to him.
Mase sifika ke khona eRetin naye ke uMonaring wase efika ngase ngindlulisela umsolwa wokuqala ngindlulisela kuyena uMonaring.
But prior to the handing over, my Lord, I warned him again of his constitutional rights and established, because he was not traveling with me in the same car, I was traveling alone, and established from him as to whether he still wants to continue with making a statement. The answer was yes, my Lord.
Kodwa ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ngimdlulisela kuyena uMonaring nanjengoba ke wayengahambi nami ke emotweni ngangihambela ngedwa mina ngaphinda futhi ngamazisa ngamalungelo akhe anawo uqinisekisa ke ukuthi ke usafisa yini ukuthi akhulume noma enze istatement uma wathi umephendula wathi yebo.
Yes.
My lord, he was then taken to, he was taken by the constable to Deep Kloof. I think after 2 hours or so, I then received a call from Colonel Mboto informing me that he was finished taking down the confession or the statement from accused one.
Umsolwa ke wase ehanjiswa ke uyena uconstable emhambisela eDeep Kloof. Cabanga ukuthi ke emuva kwamahora amabili ngathola ucingo olubuya kuyena uKenneth Mbotho engitshela ke ukuthi useqedile ngaye umsolo oqala.
He further informed my lord that the confession statement itself will be kept by him, and I should make arrangements to come and collect it from him directly, which I've done, I think, on the following day, my lord.
Wase engitshela ke ukuthi ke istatement leso noma ke ukuvuma ke noma kwegonyulo kaloko awakwenza ke yena ke uKenneth Mbotho uzogcina kuyena kuze kube isikhathi ke la mina ke mathupha ngizoza kuyena ke ngizosithatha into ke leyo engayenza ngicabanga ukuthi ngelanga elilandelayo.
Just before you proceed, what time was it when you handed over accused number 1 to Constable Munaring at Eraton?
My lord, I'm not sure, but I know it was before 2200 hours.
Ufuna ukwazi umshushisi ukuthi kwakubani isikhathi uma usundlulisela umsolo wokuqala kuyena uMunaring eEraton. Anginaso isiqiniseko kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi kwakungaphambi nje ukuthi kushayeke noma ke kumbane eleshumi ihora ebusuku.
And was Constable Munaring alone when he took accused number 1 to Deep Kloof police station?
He wasn't alone, my lord, but I don't remember the member of SWAT that he was with, but I do know that there were two, it was two of them.
Wayengayedwa ke ngalelo langa uMunaring angisalikhumbuli ke elinye ilunga leli ke leSWAT kodwa ke ngiyakhumbula nje ukuthi babe babili.
Yes, what happened further?
So then after a few minutes, suppose maybe 10 to 15, they then arrived back. This is now Constable Munaring with this member as well as with accused number 1, my lord.
So after a few minutes after?
10 to 15 minutes they arrived back. My lord, with accused.
Okay. But kwase kuthi nje emuva ke kwesikhashana ke ngathi ke imizuzu ngaba eyishumi noma 15 ke base bebuya ke yena uMunaring kanye ke nozakwabo ke bebuyela khona eEraton kanye naye umsolo.
The time that you've just mentioned, the 15 minutes, it was 15 minutes after what event?
It was 15 minutes after I was talking to Colonel Mboto.
Oh, kwakuyimizuzu ke ewu15 emuva kokuthi sengikhulumile naye uKenneth Mboto.
Yes, you may proceed.
My lord, they handed the suspect, accused 1, to me, and I asked him if he was fine or if he had any complaint. He said he was fine, my lord, and there was no complaint from him.
Base ke bemdlulisela ke kumina ke umsolo woqala ngambuza ke futhi ukuthi kukhona yini akhala ngako noma khona yini anganelisekile ikona wathi ke cha akukho.
Yes.
I further asked him, my lord, if he will still be willing to point out the following day. I was very specific, a witch doctor that came up in our discussion, and the answer was yes, he's still willing to do that freely and voluntarily, my lord.
Ngase ngimbuza ke ukuthi ke ngelanga elilandelayo usayimisele yini ukuthi ke uhambe ke uyokhomba ke inyanga ke wase ngoba ke iyona ke eyavela ke inkulumo esasinayo nyanga noma ke isangoma ke waphendula ke wathi yebo.
I then, my lord, indicated to him that Sergeant Mohola with some of the members will come to him the following day to follow up on that witch doctor investigation, and that if he should feel that he has changed his mind or he needs assistance for legal representation or whatever concern that he may have, then he should feel free to bring it up to her attention, my lord.
Ngase ngimazisa futhi ke nokuthi ke kulandelelayo ke uzoza ke uSergeant Mkhula azoqhubeka ke nalelo phenyelele noma lapha kufanele ukuthi kiwe khona ke noma kuukuthi ke uma kuukuthi ngalelo langa lelo ke useshintshe umqondo ke noma ke ucabanga ukuthi khona ke nje okungamphathi kahle ke kuzofanele lokho ke noma ufune isifiso sokuthi abe nommeli noma udinga usizo lommeli akusho lokho kuyena uSergeant Mkhula.
I further, my lord, requested the same member, Sergeant Munaring, with the crew that he was having to assist with the escort of the sergeant, the investigator, in escorting accused one to whatever that needed to be done and eventually to the detention facility.
Ngase ngimcela ke yena ke uSergeant Munaring kanye nozakwabo ke lo owayenaye ngalelo langa ke ukuthi ke balekeleleke yena uSergeant ngaloko ke okwakufanele ukuthi kwenziwe ke nokuthi ke ase abuyiselwe la avalelwe khona noma agcinwe khona.
We then parted ways, my lord.
Sase sihlukana ke.
Did you know where accused number 1 was going to be detained?
I was informed, my lord, that he was detained at Valeria SAPS.
Ngatshelwa ke ukuthi ke umsolo oqala ke wayevalelwe kumaphoyisa ke ase Valeria.
You testify that upon his return from Diepkloof police station, he did not have any complaints. Did you see any injuries on him?
No, I did not, my lord, and I also did not detect or pick up any sign of uneasiness or panic. It was basically, for me, in my own observation, my lord, it was more a sign of a relief. He was looking better than when he was. Like, you know, when something has been taken off your shoulders. But other than that, my lord, there was no sign of fear, concern, or threats that I detected when I observed him, and I also did not see any visible injuries when I was talking to him, my lord.
Ushilo ke kubufakazi bakho ke ukuthi uma ebuya ke khona erathi nombuzileke ukuthi khona yini akhala ngakho ke noma engaphathekile kahle ingabe ke khona yini owakubona wena ke ukuthi ke mephendula ke mina ke engakubona nje ngabona ke ukuthi ke umuntu okhululekile ke futhi ke ebukeka nanjengomuntu ke manje ke osekhululeke noma osengcono ngaphezulu kwendlela ebeyiyo ngapha. Uyazi uma kunento nje esuswe emahlombe akho usuzizwa ngcono ke manje, so angazi ngibone nje noma ngalela langa angibonanga ukuthi khona into engamphethanga kahle kukhona okumhluphayo konke lokho angazi ngibone nokuthi ngibone ke futhi ukuthi ushayiwe.
And what time did you part ways with him?
It would have been after midnight, my lord, may not be specific, but it was just after 12 midnight. But definitely before 12:30. You know, it could be between 12 to 12:30, but definitely before 1. It was just after midnight.
Isikhathi ke ungathi ke wayeseshayileke u12 wasebusuku ke kodwa maybe ungathi nje phakathi ke kwakhe u12 no 12:30 kodwa ke engekashayi u1 uma sihlukana.
Yes, you may proceed.
My lord, then the following day, that is now the 31st of May 2020, I received a call from Sergeant Mohola, who informed me that they found the said witch doctor that we spoke about the previous day, and they were on their way to the office. Rather, they asked where we should meet, and I directed them to come to the same provincial office with the said witch doctor.
Ngelanga elandelayo ke ngase ngithola ucingo olubuya kuyena ke uSergeant Mkhula engitshela ke ukuthi ke impela ke isangomaki noma inyanga leyo ke bayithola ke esenguza futhi ukuthi ke sihlangane kuphi. Ngase ngibatshela ukuthi asihlanganeke kwioffice lesikhulu noma ke provincial office naye naso ke nayo ke inyanga leyo.
My lord, they arrived with the said witch doctor. It was in the late afternoon, early evening, and I came to know him as Mr. Lion Zwane. That is now the witch doctor.
Beza ke mina ngathi nje kwakusemini ke ilanga no imini is okay. ngathi nje sekuntambama-ke yena naye-ke ubaba lo kwaku-Lion Zwane.
Just a minute. Yes.
When he arrived, my lord, when he was brought to my office, I introduced myself. I was introduced firstly, then I introduced myself to him, warned him according to his constitutional rights, and informed him about the purpose of our interaction. That is, his name came up on the matter before court, before this court. In other words, the matter of Senzo Meyiwa.
Wethulwa-ke kumina uyena-ke nami ngase ngizethula-ke kuyena-ke ngase ngimtshela-ke ngamalungelo akhe-ke anawo ngokomthethosisekelo, ngamtshela-ke futhi nenhloso noma injongo yokuthi-ke sihlanganeke ngalelo langa lelo, nokuthi-ke igama lakhe lavela-ke mayelana nalolu daba oluphambi kwenkantolo-ke manje udaba-ke lokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
While we were talking, my lord, at that time, accused one was then walked in. He was brought in. It was not planned, but he just walked in with some of the EMPD members into my office.
Ngaleso sikhathi-ke ngisakhuluma naye-ke ubaba uZwane loyo-ke kwakungasiyona-ke into eyayihleliwe, kodwa nje umsolo wokuqala wangena-ke ehamba nawo amalunga e-EMPD.
My lord, what became prudent and abundantly clear is that when Mr. Zwane locked eyes with accused one, it was clear that he knows him because he made utterances.
Kwathi-ke noma-ke into eyavele nje yaqhamuka-ke yacaca-ke ukuthi kwathi uma kuhlangana amehlo akhe ubaba uZwane namehlo akhe umsola wokuqala-ke kwacaca banje ukuthi bayazana-ke ebesafuna ukusho abakusho, kodwa-ke umshushisi umvimbeli.
God, please, my lord, we have proposed to the defense that the evidence of Mr. Zwane be incorporated in the trial within the trial. They are still mulling over that issue. We'll deal with it in due course. Yes, you may proceed.
I don't understand.
Mr. Zwane has already testified in the main trial. We've requested that his evidence be injected in the trial within the trial. And they are still contemplating that issue now.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu, what's your view?
My lord, it should be kept in suspense during the discussion.
Which discussions?
That evidence that was made by Mr. Zwane during the main trial be injected to the trial within the trial.
What does the law say?
My lord, according to my understanding, the evidence that has been led in the trial, in the main trial, cannot be used in the trial within the trial.
Mr. Messi, what's your view about the proposal which allegedly you and Mr. Baloyi and Mr. Malo and Mr. Munye are discussing?
As it is the court, I think that this is an issue relating to accused number one.
Yeah, fine.
I think it is in the domain of accused number one, but whether or not evidence, there could be a request that particular evidence should be incorporated in a particular trial. I think there's nothing irregular about it.
There's nothing irregular?
Yes.
Mr. Munye? Sorry?
My lord, I think it is matters that rest in the terrain of accused number one, so I will have nothing to comment about. Yes. But in as far as the incorporation of the evidence in the main trial, there is nothing irregular, as my colleague has indicated.
You say there's nothing irregular?
Yes, there is nothing irregular, as long as the state makes an application.
My lord, our position is also the same. That evidence relate only to accused number one. It does not relate to accused number 5, so we have no comment.
Of course, you can't quote any decision. When you quote any decision, Mr. Nisi, there's nothing irregular, Mr. Numaro and Mr. Munyeki.
No, I don't think no,
There's no decision.
It's a long-standing practice.
Nah. It's the other way around.
Oh, okay, thank you.
If a person testifies in the main trial before this court has held an inquiry as to whether there's any dispute about the admissibility of either admissions, statements, or pointing outs, and the court declares that a trial within a trial should be held after the so-called gentleman Lion Zulu has testified in the main trial, I don't think you can incorporate that evidence by agreement into the trial within the trial. It's irregular. Because the injunction is that what happens in the trial within the trial should not be contaminated with what happens in the main trial. Is that not so, Mr. Maloi?
Well,
so you can recall the gentleman to come and give evidence, no problem.
Yes, in fact, that's what we're informing the defense, that it will serve no purpose to call the witness just for him to confirm what he has testified about in the main trial. We can just, I don't think there's anything that debars the state and the defense to agree to the incorporation of the evidence.
That is permissible.
Yes.
If you do it that way, but he must be in court and he must confirm.
Yes.
That's the evidence which he has given. He stands by it.
Yes, but if the defense then says that exercise is not necessary and they make an admission to that effect, a 220 admission.
Yeah,
I think.
No, the problem with it, fine.
That will still be proper.
Because we have Mr. Ngomezulu here says it can be done.
Yes, which is the proposal. We prepare the 220 admissions.
Okay, fine. You can address me later on, but I'm of the view that it's done here. When it goes to the SCA, they will say, this guy, what was he smoking?
Yes. And that also relates to the clocking records of accused number 2 and his leave application as testified to by Mr. Melder. So those two aspects, those two witnesses.
And what about the latter? What is this agreement?
Well, the same will apply as with Mr. Zwani's evidence.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
All right.
But once there's a meeting of the minds, we will inform the court accordingly.
Yeah, you can go bypass it by invoking Section 220.
Yes, yes.
That
is the route that we've proposed to the defense.
Yes, okay, thanks.
Yes, Brigadier, you can continue. You mentioned that it was, as you put it, abundantly clear that accused number 1 and Mr. Zwani know each other.
Absolutely, my lord. It was based on the utterances that occurred between the two of them.
Namnjengoba sengishilo ukuthi kwacaca bhake ukuthi bayazana ke umsolo woqala kanye naye ke ubabuzwane ngenxa ke yaloko okwashiwo noma okwakhulunywa phakathi kwabo bobabili.
Furthermore, my lord, it also became clear that accused 1 was making further confessions to Mr. Zwane when they were just talking as to what was wrong, why was he in that position.
Okunye futhi ke okwacaca ke ukuthi ke umsolo woqala ke wayeseqhubeka ke evuma okunye uma ke manje esesho noma esekhuluma ke kuyena ke ubabuzwane ukuthi kwakuyini ke engakaze ihambe kahle noma engazange ihambe kahle nokuthi kwakungani ke eseyithola ekulesiya simo.
My lord, I warned him again immediately according to his constitutional rights and indicate that what he was saying, this discussion that I was privy to, can be used against him in a court of law, and the other rights that I referred to, he said he understands, but he's simply just telling the truth. But the discussion was between the two of them, my lord.
ngase ngiqhubeka futhi ke ngimxwayisa ke ukuthi manje ke ngimxwayisa futhi ke ngamalungelo akhe ke nokuthi ke lokhu ke manje engikuzwayo okukhulunywayo ke noma akushoyo ke kule nkulumo ukuthi kungasetshenziswa kuyena ke enkantolo ke wase ethi ke uyangizwa ukuthi nje ukhuluma nje iqiniso.
Now that's Mr. Zwane and accused number 1. Who are you referring to?
Mr. Zwane is the witch doctor, my lord, that I was referring to.
Yes, but the one that was making admissions and the one that you want in terms of constitutional right, which one are you referring to?
So, my lord, just to interject and to just put things in a correct perspective. My lord, I'm concerned about the word witch doctor. I think we should give the proper meaning because it has some defamatory elements. So let us get the literal meaning of what is a witch doctor. Because in Zulu, mthakati, which I understand.
Perhaps traditional healer will be more appropriate.
Traditional healer?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Zwane said.
Yes. 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 Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Mfundisi. Yes. Just clarify, who did you warn in terms of the constitutional rights?
Yes, my lord. So the first part, it was accused 1 making the confessions to the traditional healer, Mr. Zwane. And it is accused 1 that I was warning according to his section 35 constitutional right, my lord.
Lapha ke ngishoyo ke ukuthi manje umuntu wayeseqhubeka ke evuma ke noma eqhubeka ke nokuvuma noma ke gonyuluka ke komunye kwakuwumsola wokuqala kuyena ke lo owumlaphi wendabuko futhi ke kwaba uyena ke futhi engiqhubekayo ke ngimexwayisa ngamalungelo akhe.
Yes, may I proceed?
My lord, thereafter I asked the said members to remove accused 1 so that I can carry on with further interviews with the traditional healer, Mr. Zwane.
Ngase ngiwacela ke amalunga lana ke ukuthi ke amkhiphe ke umsola wokuqala ukuze ke ngiqhubekeke nokuthi ngikhulumisane naye ubaba uZwane.
Yes.
After our discussion, my lord, it became clear that 1 can utilize him by obtaining a statement. I therefore requested my colleague, that is the head of the anti-corruption unit in Germiston, Colonel Mutlame, to assist me in taking the statement from Mr. Zwane.
Kwase kucaca ke kwinkulumo yami ke naye ke ubaba uZwane ukuthi ke manje sengamsebenzisa ke nanjengofakazi ke ngase ngicela ke uza kwethu oKennel Mutlame osebenza ke eGermiston ukuthi angilekele noma angisize ke ngokuthi ke athathe istatement kuyena ubaba uZwane.
My lord, he agreed. I then requested the members to take Mr. Zwane to the kennel in Germiston DPCI and thereafter take him home after such statement has been taken.
Phela ke ngase ngibacela ke amalunga lana ukuthi ke asizeke ngokuthi ke athathe ubaba uZwane bamhambise ke bamikise khona ke eGermiston ku Colonel Mutlame ayonikeza ke ngaleso statement leso buse kuthi ke emuva kwalokho ke bamthathe bamhambise ekhaya.
Yes.
Indeed, my lord, such a statement was taken, and I know because then it was brought to my attention, that is, Colonel Mutlame first informed me that he's done, and the statement was brought to me. And insofar as accused 1 is concerned, I do know that he was eventually detained back at Valeria SAPS after the taking of the statement.
Impela ke kwenzeka ke lokho ngoba ke wangitshela ke uKennel Mutlame ukuthi useqedile ke emuva kwalokho istatement esalethwa ke kumina nokuthi ke emuva kwalokho ke sesithathiwe ke so statement umsola wokuqala ke wabuyiselwa ke khona eValeria emaphoyiseni akhona.
Just before we proceed, you mentioned that After accused number 1 made a statement to Colonel Mboto, you received this statement the following day.
Yes, my lord. In my recollection, it would have been the following day because he refused to give it to the said members for security reasons and the leakages, my lord.
Impela ke ngishilo ukuthi ke emuva kokuthi uKenan Mboto esesithathile ke istatement kuyena umsolo wokuqala ngasithola ke mina ke ngelanga elilandelayo ngoba ke wanqaba ke ukuthi asinikeze ke amalunga ke lokho kungeyizathu nje zokuvikeleka nokuthi ke mhlambi sesinga aphuma ke manje noma sibe sobala ke.
I just want to show you a document which has been handed up as Exhibit FF. Can you just identify the document?
Yes, my lord. This is the pro forma that was given to me, completed by Colonel Mboto insofar as the confession that was made by accused number 1.
Lena ke iyona ke iform noma lena ebizwa ngokuthi ke iproforma engayinikeza uyena ke uKenan Mboto emumva kokuthi eseqedile ke ukuthi ke umsolo wokuqala akhulume noma avume kuyena.
And it includes the same attachment that I saw when the statement was given by me. This is now the annexure to the pro forma, my lord.
Futhi ke isenale phepha nama amanye amaphepha ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi annexure ke eyayikhona ke inkathi inikezwa mina amanye amaphepha la ahamba nayo ke iproforma lena.
So court, please, Malota, it's almost time for the short adjournment.
Oh,
Can we then?
Okay, short adjournment.
So well, thanks. Yes, about you can continue. When we broke for the short adjournment, you had just identified Exhibit FF, the confession that was taken down by Lieutenant Colonel Mboto.
Yes, my lord.
That you collected the following day. What happened further?
My lord, further than that, I do know that on the 1st of June 2020, accused one was taken to court for the first appearance in relation to the matter of drug dealing in Tembisa.
Sorry. Okunye futhi engikwaziyo ukuthi ngayo ke i-1st zika June 2020 wase eyobingelela ke imantshi okoqala ke umsolo wokuqala mayela ke necala leli laseThembisa leyidakamizwa.
Just want to show you Exhibit 00. Can you just identify Exhibit 00?
Yes, my lord, it is the charge sheet for the Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019.
Sorry, iyona ke lena i-charge sheet yalo ke lecala leli laseThembisa ene case number 21703 ka 2019. Sorry.
Yes, and it relates the name of the accused listed here, my lord. It's accused number 1 with the date of appearance dated 2020-06-01.
Futhi ke igama elivelayo ke lana igama lakhe ke umsolo wokuqala no suku ke noma ke i-date awavela ngayo ku 2020-06-01.
Thank you. What happened further?
So I do know, my lord, that he was remanded back into custody and he was taken back to Valeria SAPS for further investigation.
Ngiyazi ukuthi icala lahlehliswa ke lahlehliswa ukuthi egcine ke ngaphakathi esitokisini nokuthi futhi lehlehliswa lapho ukuthi iqhubeke ngophenyo.
Yes.
Then, my lord, on the 4th of June 2020, I approached the accused number 1 in Valeria SAPS.
Ngazo i-4 zika June 2020 ngaya kuyena ke umsolo wokuqala emaphoyiseni ase-Valeria.
Warned him again according to his constitutional right and established if he was still willing to do the formal pointing out of the crime scene. The answer was yes, and he also indicated that he didn't need an attorney as well.
Ngamxwayisa futhi ke ngamalungelo akhe anawo ngomthetho sisekelo ke ngimbuza futhi ke kena ke ukuthi usafisa yini ukuthi ahambe ke ayokhomba indawo ke yesigameko noma la isihlakalo senzeka khona. Washo ke waphendula wathi yebo, washo nokuthi ke akanasifiso sokuthi ke abe khona ummeli.
Just a minute. You say you approached accused number 1 to find out if he's still prepared to make pointings out. Had he previously indicated that he wants to make pointings out?
Yes, he did, my lord, indicate that he is prepared to make the formal pointing out. The court will remember that I did mention that part as and when he was talking to the confessions and the pointing out.
Uthi ke uyela kuyena uyombuza ukuthi usayimisele yini ukuthi ayokhomba ingaba sikhona yini isigaba la awuyeshilo khona ukuthi ke uyimisele ukuthi ayokhomba. Yebo, inkantolo izokhuluma wayeshilo ke inkantolo izokhumbula futhi ke ukuthi ngikushilo ke lokho nkathi ke ngikhuluma ke ngaso istatement noma ke i-confession awayenza ukuthi wakusho ke lokho mayela nokuhamba ayokhomba.
Just for record purposes, just identify that occasion again when he indicated that he's prepared to make pointings out.
It was the 30th of May, my lord, 2020, when I met him at Phosphorus police station in the parking lot, when I interviewed him in relation to his involvement or alleged involvement in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Umshushisi uyacela ukuthi ke abuyele emuva ke asho ukuthi kokuyisiphi ke isigaba la asho khona ukuthi wayemisela ukuthi ahambe ke ayokhomba ukuthi mayiphendula ke uBrigadier ukuthi ke kwangelanga la nge-30 zika May 2020 umehlangana naye umsolo wokuqala eparking ke yezimoto khona lapho e-police station yase Phosphorus washo-ke khona-ke ukuthi-ke uyimisele noma-ke angakwenza-ke lokho.
Okay, and proceed about the events of the 4th of June 2020 at Valeria Police Cells.
Yes, my lord. After getting the confirmation that he still wants to proceed freely and voluntarily, I then made a few calls until I got to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, who was prepared to assist with the pointing out.
Uma sengimbuzile-ke wavuma-ke ukuthi angakwenza-ke lokho ekhululekile engaphoqiweke ngase ngifona-ke noma ngenza-ke ama-calls ngaze ngafinyelela kuyena-ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe owasho-ke ukuthi-ke angalekelela kona lokho.
My lord, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe said he can assist the following day, which is the 5th of June 2020, and he requested that accused one should be detained at Alberton SABC, where he will then make arrangements to book him out and carry on with the formal pointing out.
Abakusho-ke yena uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe ukuthi-ke angakwenza-ke lokho ngelanga elilandelayo-ke ngazo i-5 kuJune 2020 wase ecela-ke nokuthi-ke uma umsolwa angathathwa-ke asiwe-ke kuma-cell akhona-ke e-Alberton yena-ke owayezofika-ke nje amkhiphe noma ambhuke out khona lapho abese yaqhubeka.
My lord, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe also was not privy to these investigations. He was never part of it before. And I've never worked with him.
Okunye futhi-ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe akukho awayekwazi-ke mayelana nalolu daba noma leli cala leli akakaze abe yingxenye noma-ke ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo kulona leli cala angazi futhi-ke ngisebenze naye ngaphambilini.
My lord, I simply provided him with a case number and also made necessary arrangements for the photographer to be present on the day of the pointing out.
Engakwenza-ke ukuthi ngimnikeze njena-ke i-case number nokuthi ngenzeke ukuthi-ke lowo thwebula iy'thombe abe khona-ke ngelanga elilandelayo-ke uma eseyokwenza lowo msebenzi.
And furthermore, that Sergeant Mohane will be the one engaging him insofar as the movement of the accused to Alberton police station, and I communicated such to both of them, my lord.
Nokuthi-ke kwakuzoba uSergeant Mohane-ke owayezomphelezela-ke mayelana nokususa kwakhe-ke umsolwa khona-ke e-Alberton aye khona lapho-ke eForsters. Lokho-ke ngakusho noma-ke ngabatshela bobabili.
No. To move the accused, in other words, from Valeria SAPS to Alberton SAS. Yes, then from Alberton SAPS, the colonel then will be in charge of the point.
Ngixolisake lapho ngalelo phutha ukuthi-ke yena-ke uMohane owayezokwenza wayezosusa-ke umsolwa wokuqala eValeria police station amhambise amise e-Alberton police station. Lapho-ke e-Alberton kwakuzoba uyena-ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe oseyamthatha-ke umsolwa aqhubeke naye.
If you say you communicated that those arrangements to both of them, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe and Sergeant Mohane, my lord.
Lokho-ke ngakhuluma kubona-ke bobabili ukuthi-ke uMohane yena wayezosusa umsolwa eValeria amse e-Alberton bese Alberton yaqhubeka uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe ngatshela bona bobabili uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe kanye naye uSergeant Mohane.
Yes, you may proceed.
My lord, I then on the 5th, I do know the 5th of June 2020 that such pointing out were done, concluded, and I was informed later by Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe that indeed they finalized the pointing outs.
Engikwaziyo-ke noma ngiyakwazi-ke ukuthi ngazo i-5 kuJune 2020 i-pointing out noma-ke ukhomba lokho kwenzeka futhi-ke ngatshelwa-ke uyena-ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe-ke ukuthi wakwenza lokho baqeda ngalelo langa lelo.
I later also received the form, my lord, of the formal pointing out, and also at a later stage received the photo album of the said pointing out. In other words, in relation to the photos that were taken of the accused and the scenes that he pointed, my lord.
ngathola-ke iform leyo-ke iform lena-ke eyayibhalwa uyena-ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe mayelana nalokho okwenzeka-ke ngalelo langa ngase ngithola futhi-ke ne-album yazo iy'thombe lezo-ke ezathwetshula ngalelo langa zakhe umsolwa kanye nala akhomba khona.
When did you receive the pro forma notes on Pointies Out and the photo album?
My lord, the photo album was at a much later stage, but it was not prepared on that day. And the pro forma could have been a day or after as well, my lord, from the day of the pointing out.
Iy'thombe zona ngiyazi-ke ukuthi-ke kwathatha isikhathi noma kwaba isikhathi ukuze ngithole ngoba-ke zazingaqediwe-ke zingalungisiwe-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso kodwa-ke yona-ke iproforma-ke yona-ke noma-ke le form lena-ke yona-ke eyigcwaliswa uyena uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe kungenzeka ukuthi ngayithola ngalelo langa noma ngelanga elilandelayo.
I just want to show you a document which has been handed up as Exhibit GG. Just identify the document.
Yes, my lord, I have it in front of me.
Yes, can you just identify it?
So, yes, so the form. Yes, my lord, it is the pro forma that was given to me together with the written notes made by Colonel Hadebe, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, except except this part, the statement of Captain Nailana. It was not part of the pro forma given to me. Yes.
Ilona-ke nje lena yona-ke eka-Captain Nailana yayingasiyona-ke ingxenye yale form-ke kodwa yona-ke le iyona iproforma kanye-ke nama-notes enziwa uyena-ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
Just want to show you a photo album that has been handed up as Exhibit GG1. Can you just identify that for the court?
Yes, my lord, it is the photo album of accused number 1 in relation to the pointing out, but it seems to be incomplete, my lord.
Iyona-ke lena i-photo album yakhe-ke umsolo wokuqala mayelana-ke ne-pointing out noma-ke ukuyokhomba kodwa kubuke ngathi-ke ayiphelele.
Yes, photos of the Pointies Out are not yet before court.
Oh, it's okay, understood, my lord. And yes, this is part
Only
of
certain
the,
photos.
indeed, my lord, it is then part of the album that I received.
Ngiyamtshela-ke umshulezayo-ke i-pointing out azikabi yona-ke ingxenye noma-ke azikabi phambi kwayo inkantolo yavuma-ke ukuthi yebo ingxenye-ke lena yazo iy'thombe zayo i-pointing out yalela langa.
And the person depicted there, my lord, it is accused number 1.
Futhi-ke nomuntu-ke olana-ke kule y'thombe uyena umsolo wokuqala.
Yes, then what happened further?
My lord, that was basically the circumstances surrounding the pointing out and confession. What I then did, I went to Valeria police station and I think also Albertine police station to obtain the copies of the OBs as part of the investigations and attach them on the docket, which such was disclosed to the defense.
Kwaba ilokho-ke mayelana-ke nayo-ke the confession kanye-ke nama-pointing out engase ngikwenza-ke umuva kwalokho ukuthi-ke ngiyeke kwi-police station yase-Valeria kanye futhi-ke nase-Albertine ngiyothola-ke amakhophi-ke ey'ncwadi lezi ey'setshenziswayo ey'bizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-OB khona laphayana-ke e-police station noma ema-police station ngase-ke nginamathisela-ke kulona-ke idokodo nalokho futhi ukuthi lokho futhi noma lawo ma-OB lawo-ke anikezwa-ke kubameli.
My lord, in those entries, it is clearly indicated that the accused in all material times was free of injuries, never complains of any assault, illness, or anything irregular during his booking in and booking out. as well as during the regular sales visit by the members that were on duty. But on top of it, my lord, there were also visits by officers who were on duty randomly. And even in those times, my lord, there was no complaint articulated on the OBs.
Laphayana ke kulama copy alama OB noma le ncwadi ke ebhalwayo ke khona police station kuyacaca ke ukuthi ke akukho la khona ke ashoyo ke khona ke akhala khona ke ukuthi ke kukho wayengaphathekile kahle washaywa ke nokuthi futhi ke labo ababesebenza ke khona lapho babe abantu abamane beyovela ke alikho ke ihlandla la khona ke ashilo ke khona ukuthi ulimele ushayiwe akukho nje la kuvela khona namabhalo khona lokho.
Were the OB entries also obtained from Deep Kloof police station?
There was one that was, yes, there was an entry obtained in relation to an entry that was made by Colonel Mboto, to say basically took the confession from accused number 1, but it was not a detention, it's just an entry that proves that he was there, and he then took a confession from him.
Khona ke nase Deep Kloof la khona ke uKenel Mboto abhala khona ke ukuthi nje yebo wayethatha ke statement noma ke confession kuyena umsolo woqala yona ke yayingakhulumi ke ngokuthi ke wayegcinwe lapho ngokuthi nje kwakuchaza noma ke uqinisekisa ukuthi wayekhona lapho umsolo woqala nokuthi wathatha ke le confession kuyena.
But even on that OB, my lord, from Deep Kloof, there was no entry indicating a complaint or something unusual, being assault or any form that would have occurred around this period of the taking of the confession by Colonel Mboto.
Kodwa ke nalapho ke kulokho ke akukho nje la bhalwe khona ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso awayephambi koKenel Mboto umsolo woqala ukuthi khona awakusho awakhuluma ke Colonel Mboto ukuthi washaya.
I just want to show you exhibit NN, which are extracts of the OB entries that we've referred to from Deep Kloof police station, which appears on page 1, and from Vilera police station, which appears from page 2 onwards, and from Alberton police station, which appears from page 17. If you can just identify.
Yes, my lord. So the first exhibit relates indeed to the report or an entry that was made on the 30th of May 2020 at 23:58.
Ukuqala ke ubhalwe ke lana mayelana naloko kwabhalwa ke ngazo date so nge-30 zika May 2020 isikhathi ke 23:58.
And it mentions the name of the accused as well as the colonel that took the confession.
Ibhaliwe ke igama lakhe umsola kanye futhi naye ke uKenel okuyena owathatha istatement kuyena.
Can you just place the whole contents on record? They are not yet on record.
All right, my lord. So date is Saturday 2020/05/30. That is the date, my lord. And then the entry, the serial number is 2400 and time is 23:58. The report reads as follows: Colonel Mboto at Deep Kloof, room 1 at CSC, and confirm statement obtained from Musika Kulelwa Sitemba Sibia from 1818 Umuzi Squatter Camp in Tembisa. Time in from 21:45 until now.
Okay. Lana ke imininingwane ke yayo ke le OB lena ukuthi kwangomgqibelo nge-30 zika May 2020 isikhathi ke u-23:58 ebusuku ke umbiko ke uKenel Mboto eDeep Kloof room 1 SCSCS uyasho ke ukuthi istatement esathola kuyena ke umuzi ka ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya oka 1818 Vusumuzi Squatter Camp ethembisa isikhathi ke u-21:45 kuze kube manje.
Until now, will be the time of the entry. What is the time here?
The time of the entry is 23:58, my lord.
Isikhathi ke sibhaliwe lana ke ukuthi sapha yabhala nini ke lokho kwaku 23:58.
Yes.
And on page 2, you confirm that from page 2 up to about page 16, those are the entries from Videra police station. They are already on record.
Yes, I do confirm, my lord.
Ukusuka ke na ke page 2 kuyofika ke page 16 yiloko ke mayelana ke nama entry nama okubhaliwe ke kwase Videra police station.
I do confirm, my lord.
Yes. And from page 7 to 18, which also serves as exhibit KK before court, you confirm that those are entries from Alberton police station. It's 17 and 18.
17 and 18.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do confirm, my lord.
Ngiyaqinisekisa ke nokuthi ke page 17 no 18 kona ke okubhaliwe lapha ke mayelana ke ne police station yase Alberton.
I do confirm, my lord.
Yes, thereafter, what happened?
So, insofar as accused one, my lord's confession, that was basically that. What proceeded were matters that were investigated pending against him. Insofar as the confessions that he made, my lord, I then followed further investigation to collaborate and see if one can collaborate the confessions that he made. So there were parallel investigation. Insofar as the confessions, it was to follow what was mentioned, to collaborate and obtain independent evidence. And then the matters that he was charged for were then proceeding in different courts, my lord.
Kwaba yilokho ke kumayelana ke nokugonyuluka kwakhe ke umsolo wokuqala amanye ke amaqala ayiphathelene ngamanye amaqala ke ayephenywa ngakuyena ke mina ngase ngiqhubeka ke nophenyo ke ukubheka ke ukuthi manje khona okunye engakuthola yini okungahlangana noma okuhlanganisa ke naloko ayesekukhulumile ke lokho akhulumile kuyena ke uKenneth Mbotho namanye ke amaqala la ayebhekene nawo aqhubeka ephenya.
Yes.
My lord, insofar as this matter that is before court, he was formally charged in October, I think 26th of October 2020. That is where the charges formally were brought for the first time against him, insofar as this matter that is before court.
Mayelana ke necala leli ke eliphambi kwenkantolo ke manje cabanga ukuthi ke uma esecharged noma ke esevela ke phambi kwenkantolo nge-26 October 2020 esiyobingelela ke imanje manje ebingelela lona icala leli eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
Yes,
and that arrest, my lord, took place after the matter was submitted to the DPP in the form of presentation after the collection of all evidence that was obtained, sent for the decision. A decision to indict the accused together with the other accused was issued. I then subsequently applied for the warrant of arrest J50s for the relevant accused, and such was then authorized and granted by the Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Lokho kwenzeka ke emuva kokuthi manje ke ufakazi sebuqoqiwe ke buhlanganisiwe bandawonye ke kwase kundluliselwa ke kwihhovisi labeshushisi ke elibizwa ngokuthi ke iDPP ukuthi ke bathathe ke isinqumo ke manje sokuthi bayashushisa noma cha. Emuva kwalokho ke la isinqumo esathathwa khona ke ngase ngenza ke isicelo ke sayo ke iwarrant of arrest ukuthi J50 lo esicelo leso ke eyisaba impumelelo ke enkantolo yase Boksburg. Base ke bayachargewa ke noma babingelela bayaboshwa ke kanye nabanye futhi abasolwa.
Yes. And do you still remember when they appeared in court?
I think it would have been, I'm not sure, my lord, either 26 or 27 of October,
Yes.
2020. Ilanga noma idate ke anginayo isiqiniseko sayo kungabe kwakunge 26 noma nge 27 ka October 2020.
Yes, we'll come back to this issue in due course. Before the accused appeared in court, we're talking about accused number 1. Was a statement obtained from him, a warning statement?
Yes, it was obtained. The warning statement was obtained from him. It was taken by me, my lord, and he signed, my lord, the said warning statement.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ayovela ke enkantolo ingaba ke istatement la exwayiswa khona ke noma ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-warning statement sathathwa yini kuyena umsolo wokuqala? Yebo, sathathwa yimina ke futhi.
We'll come back to this aspect also in due course. Now, as far as accused number 2 is concerned, when did you first become
aware of his arrest?
On the 16th of June 2020, my lord, and that is when I was informed by Sergeant Mukhane.
Ukwazi kwami ke ngokuboshwa kwakhe umsolo wesibili ke kona ke ngakwazi lokho nge-16 ka June 2020 ngikwaziswa uyena uSergeant Mukhane.
Yes, then what happened further?
My lord, I do know that I had a first interaction with accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020 in Carltonville for the first time.
Engikwaziyo ke ukuthi ukuhlanganyela kwami ke noma ke ukuhlangana nami okokuqala ke kanye nomsolo wesibili ke kwakunge-18 ka June 2020 eCarltonville.
He was still in detention, my lord, and he was in a company of Sergeant Mukhane and the late Sergeant Mapena.
Wayese sesitoksini ke ngaleso sikhathi ke futhi ke ekanye naye uSergeant Mukhane no sengasekho noma owashona ke uSergeant Mapena.
My lord, I was introduced to him, whereby then I also introduced myself by showing him my appointment card, warn him according to his Section 35, Act 108 of 1996 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, my lord.
Ngethula kuyena nami ke ngazethula ke kuyena ngokuthi ngimtshengise ke ikhadi lami elikhombisayo ke ukuthi ke ngiyiphoyisa ngase futhi ngimexwayiswa ke ngamalungelo akhe anawo ngokomthetho sisekelo u108 ka35 1996.
I felt
Yes, just before we get to that, what led to you going to Carltonville on the 18th of June 2020?
it was the fact that Sergeant Mukhane informed me that they will be going there for other investigations, but also in relation to a certain alibi that he may have given them in relation to this matter, my lord.
Umshushu sifisa ukwazi ukuthi kwakungani ke ukuthi uye khona ke eCarltonville ngazo i20 zika June 2020 ukuthi ke uSergeant Mukhane wangitshela ke ukuthi babe lapho ke beyokwenza ke uphenyo nokuthi ke futhi ababekutshelwe uyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi ke kukhona ke awayebanikeze kona ke esho ukuthi yena ke waye khona lapho kuleyo ndawo leyo.
Yes, thank you. You may continue.
My lord, so after the warning that was given to him in terms of Section 35, I established as to what he wants to do. It was clear, my lord, that he is prepared to talk to me without an attorney, and he didn't choose the right to remain silent, my lord, and he did not elect to remain silent, rather, my lord.
Emuva kokuthi ngixwayisileke sengimchazeleke ngamalungelo akhe ke anawo kwacaca ke ukuthi ke wayengayimiseleke ukuthi ngase ngimbuza ukuthi uyimisela ukuthi yini ke ayinqomayo noma isinqumo sithathayo washo ukuthi wayengayimiseleke ukuthi angathula futhi wayengayimiseleke nokuthi futhi ke angathi abe nommeli.
Yes.
And just for record purposes, Brigadier, can you just place on record the warning that you administered to him in terms of Section 35?
My lord, it was the right to remain silent, the first one.
Kwakuyilungelo lokuthi angathula angasho lutho.
Right not to give self-incriminating evidence.
Nokuthi ke anganikezi ngobufakazi ke obungathi ke bumbandakanye noma busho ukuthi bayenengxenye.
A right to an attorney, and if you cannot afford one, to have a state a state provide one for him at the state's expense.
Nokuthi ke unelungelo ke lokuthi abe nommeli uma kuwukuthi ke imali ke ayikho yokuthi ke akhokhele ummeli loyo ke ukuthi ke umbuso ungamaqokela ke ummeli ubuso uyakhokha ukhokhela loyo mmeli.
And a right to challenge the legality of his detention, and if so, the interest of justice permits that he should be released from such detention, my lord.
Nelungelo futhi ke lokuthi ke alwisane ke noma ke aphikisane ke nendlela ke agcinwe esitoksini ngayo nokuthi uma kuwukuthi ke ubulungiswa buvumela ke uma kukutholakala ukuthi ke akavalelwe ngendlela efanelekile ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi ke adedelwe.
Yes, my lord.
iwona-ke lawo.
Yes, what happened after you explained his rights to him?
My lord, after I explained his rights, I do recall that I had already told him, my lord, as well, that he was a person of interest, or rather I was sitting with information that indicates that he was also involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Kodwa-ke okunye engifisa nje ukuthi ngikusho ukuthi ngase ngimtshelile-ke ukuthi noma-ke nginalo lwazi enginalo-ke noma le information enginayo-ke ukuthi-ke naye-ke uyambandakanyeka noma wayengxenye-ke ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
The response, my lord, was that he was at work specifically on the 26th of October 2014 when the said incident happened. He was able to give me that date out of his own, if I actually put it to him.
Ngaphambilini nje kokuthi-ke i-date le yange-26 October 2014 mina ngiyisho noma ngiyichaze kuyena-ke yaphuma kuyena-ke wathi yena-ke nge-26 zika-October 2014 wayesemsebenzini.
Yes.
My lord, and the workplace he referred to was Sibanya Mine, which I found them not far from there, so I requested that we enter the premises and go to the HR department with him, my lord.
Futhi-ke indawo lena yomsebenzi ayekhuluma ngayo noma ayisho kwakuyisibanye Mines eyangekudeke la esasikhona-ke ngase ngicela ukuthi asiye khona-ke siyeke kwa-HR.
And the purpose, my lord, was to confirm this alibi he was giving us.
Injongo kwakuhamba-ke siyoqinisekisa lokhu awayesitshela kona-ke noma awayekusho kuthina-ke ukuthi wayelapho.
Upon making inquiries, my lord, it was found that he was not there, my lord. In fact, he left the work premises on the 25th after clocking on duty for only 2 hours.
Kodwa-ke uma sesilapho-ke kwatholakala-ke ukuthi cha kwakungasilona-ke iqiniso lelo ukuthi-ke ngazo i-26 zika-October 2014 wayengekho lapho emsebenzini. Esakuthola ukuthi-ke wahamba-ke ngazo i-25 zika-October 2014 emuva kokuthi-ke eseklokile noma engenile-ke nje amahora amabili.
My lord, there was further no indication as to why he left in such a short notice given to us, my lord, in his present.
Futhi-ke okunye esingazange sikutholeke ukuthi kwakungani ukuthi-ke washesha-ke ukuthi ahambe noma-ke kwisikhathi nje esincane lokho sikutshelwa-ke ekhona ukuthi abakaze babengasazi-ke isizathu ukuthi-ke asheshe ahambe.
I further learned, my lord, that he only returned to work I think around the 2nd or the 3rd of November 2020. So he was absent all the way until November, my lord. Sorry, not 2020, 2014.
So the 2nd or the 3rd.
2nd or the 3rd of November 2014.
Okunye futhi-ke engakuthola noma esakuthola-ke ukuthi-ke nanjengoba wayehambile-ke ngazo i-25 October 2014 wahamba-ke waze wayobuya mhlampe ngazo i-2 noma i-3 zika-November 2014.
As a court, please, my lord, as we indicated earlier on, may this evidence be provisionally allowed, subject to either Mr. Mulder being recalled or an admission be made in this regard.
Yeah.
Regarding the clocking records and the leave arrangement for accused number 2.
Yes, Mr.
Yes. You may proceed.
No objection.
No objection.
I have no objection, thank you.
No objection for provisional allowance.
No objection.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Mulder.
Yes. Hendrik Mulder.
Yes. My lord, indeed, Mr. Mulder was the gentleman who was eventually assisting and disposing an affidavit to this effect, but on a different day. I think it was the 22nd of June when he gave the actual affidavit in relation to these findings.
Empeleni-ke uMr. Mulder lo ekhulunywa ngaye-ke lana kwakuyena-ke owayesiza-ke mayelana-ke nale mininingwane-ke futhi-ke owathi-ke ngazo i-22 kuJuni-ke wase enikeza-ke ngaso-ke istatement esifungele noma lokho kuthiwa-ke i-affidavit.
Wanted to say something. Oh yes, my lord. What also became clear when we were making inquiries is that in that facility, my lord, they have what they call a clocking system. So, for example, if you are not at work, but you are still within the premises of the mine, you'll have to clock in various gates, which detect your movement, even when you go to the canteen, in other words, to have food. So when you are not inside the premises, because apparently the worker stays in those premises, they are able to detect that there was not lock-in in any of the entrances until the first locking was picked up around the 2nd or the 3rd of November. So in other words, it was said with beyond a reasonable doubt that the last time he was there was the 25th of October 2014, when he left after 2 hours reporting on duty and returning for the first time in either of the 2 days of November 2014, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke esakuthola ke ukuthi ke khona lapho ke uma usebenza lapho banale system ke abayisebenzisayo ke la uklokha khona ke awuklokhi nje kuphela ke uma kuukuthi usemsebenzini, ngoba ke sathola ukuthi abasebenzi ke bahlala khona lapho, noma kuukuthi ke uya ecanteen uklokha khona ke kwelinye lama gate, ngoba ke ama gate asetshenziswayo engena kuona, noma ukuthi ke umuntu uyodla ke uyaklokha. So kwatholakala ke lokho ukuthi ke ngesiqinisekiso ke ukuthi ke ilanga lokugcina awayengalo lapha yana kwakunge-25 ka-October 2014 la aphuma khona ke emuva kwamahora amabili, wase futhi ebuya ke kulama date amabili engiwashilo ke ukuthi yi-2 noma yi-3 kuNovember 2014.
So in essence, my lord, the alibi was false.
Ukusho njena ke ukuthi ke lokho ayesitshele kona ukuthi ngelanga lange-26 October 2014 wayesemsebenzini kwakuwamanga.
My lord, I confronted him with this finding, which were obviously before his presence, and he could not give any other explanation, my lord.
Ngase mina ke manje sengiqondana naye ke mayela nalokho ke manje esasikutshelwa ke sikutshelwa ekhona ke akazange akhona ke noma kwazi ke ukuthi angichazele.
My lord, I further confronted him with the sketch plan that was in the docket, where it was alleged that 2 suspects went into the house. This is now when the incident took place. One was wearing a hoodie and the one had dreadlocks. So I confronted him with the second suspect that was wearing a hoodie.
Okay. Ngase manje ke semkhonana naye ke noma semkhulumisana naye ke ngaso sketch plan esasiyingxenye yedokodo la khona ke ekwakhulunywa ngabalisa ababili abangena endlini ukuthi ke omunye wayenama dreadlocks, omunye ke wayefake noma ke egqoke ihoodie. Mina ke ngaqondana naye ke noma ngakhulumisana naye mayelana nalo owayegqoke ihoodie.
Yes, and I informed him, my lord, that I'm of the view or suspicion that the suspect depicted with the hoodie resembles him, my lord.
Ngase ngimtshela ke ukuthi mina ke owami ke umcabango noma ke izinsolo zami ke kwakuukuthi ke lona ke ofake noma ogqoke ihoodie ufana naye.
We just want to show you the ID kit which has been headed up as exhibit exhibit BB.
Yes, my lord, it is the one that I showed him. And the accused on my left with the hoodie, that's the identity that I showed him.
Yona ke lena ke engamtshengisa yona ke futhi ke umsola lona ke ongaku left wami ke ogqoke ihoodie uyena ke lo ngikhuluma ngaye.
Yes.
My lord, the response that I recall was that he was aware of such a plan, a sketch plan. I don't know from where, but he said he was aware, and he think it's a question of mistaken identity.
Engikhumbulayo ekusho ke ukuthi ke wayenalo ke ulwazi lwaso lesi sketch plan engazi ke ukuthi wayelithole kuphi ke, kodwa wakusho ke nokuthi ke nje ucabanga nje ukuthi cha kwenziwa iphutha ke.
My lord, I warned him again for with his constitutional rights again, and advised him that it will be in his best interest to tell the truth, as these things, the alibis which are not materializing, will work against him at the later stage, and said we can leave it at that.
Ngase ngimxwayisa futhi ke ngawa kamalungelo akhe ke futhi sengimtshela ke futhi ke ukuthi ke kuzomsiza ke ukuthi manje ke akhulume ke iqiniso, ngoba ke lokhu akutshilo ukuthi yena ke wayekuphi ke akusebenzile kuyatholakala ukuthi ke futhi akusilona iqiniso nokuthi lokhu ke kusengahamba hambeke kusetshenziswe ngakuyena ke.
My Lord, as I was walking away, I was then called back. I think one of the members, the sergeant, called me back and says, accused number 2 wants to speak to me.
Ngase sishoke ukuthi ke asikiyeke noma sikushiye lapho ke ngathi ke uma sengihamba ke ngabizwa omunye ke koza kwethu noma ke osargent laba ababili ke bethi ke umsolo wake ufisa ukukhuluma nami.
My Lord, when I went back to him, the utterances he made were tantamounting to confession as well.
Uma sengibuyela kuyena ke lokho akusho ungasho ke ukuthi ke manje kwakusekugonyuluka.
I warned him again, my Lord, in light of what he was saying and the fact that such can be used against him. He said he understands, but he just wants to tell the truth because the lies are not working for him.
Ngase ngimxwayisa ke ukuthi ke ngimxwayisa futhi ke ngimtshela ke futhi ukuthi lokho kungasetshenziswa ke ngakuyena ke nanje ngobufakazi wathi ke uyakuzwa ke lokho noma ke uyakuzwisisa ke nokuthi ke ufisa nje ukuthi akhulume iqiniso ngoba ke amanga awamsebenzeli.
My Lord, I also established that he was, during our interaction, prepared also to make a confession to an independent police officer or official.
Futhi ke masikhulumisana ke futhi ngathola ke ukuthi wayeyimisele ke ukuthi ke ayokhuluma ke nephoyisa ke lalingahlangene ke nalokho.
Just a minute.
We parted, my Lord, with the understanding that I will arrange such an officer and then arrange with Sergeant, or rather inform Sergeant Mokhane to take him or make arrangements for him to be taken to such an independent officer once such has been found, my Lord.
Sahlukana ke ngokuthi ngangizo kwenzaka isiqinisekiso ke ukuthi ke kuyenzeka ke lokho noma ke siyamthola ke umuntu nokuthi ke futhi ke uSergeant Mokhane wayezomhambisa ke noma uSergeant Mokhane ke aqiniseke aqenzeke isiqinisekiso sokuthi ke uyahanjiswa uma ukuthi loyo muntu leyo usetholakele.
These utterances, my Lord, prior to us departing from each other were made by accused number 2 free and voluntarily, and there was no undue influence or duress, my Lord.
Lokho akusho ngaphambilini kokuthi sihlukaneke kushiwo uyena umsolo wesibili wakusho ekhululekile ukuphuma kuyena futhi ke kungekho nje ukuthi ke kube nomthelela engasiwona ke noma ke ongalindelekile noma ongemuhle.
My Lord, I then left. I think I arrived there with Sergeant Mokola, and then I left back to the Gauteng province.
Ngabushiya ke khona lapho ngase ngibuyela ke kwisifunda seGauteng.
I made numerous calls, my Lord, trying to find an officer that could be available, but eventually, I think at midnight or morning hours of the 19th, I was able to find Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Ngikhumeneke nabantu ke abahlukeneke ngokuthi ke ngenhloso noma injongo yokuthi ke ngithole ke umuntu owayezosiza noma ezolekelela ke kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke kwakusebusuku noma ke entathakusa ngathola ke uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
He advised me, my Lord, that he can assist and that the accused 2 should be brought to Moroka SAPS that morning, and they will meet him there.
Washo ke ukuthi angakusona ke isimo sokuthi angalekelela noma angasiza ke nokuthi ke umsolo wesibili ke uzocela ukuthi ke alethwe ke epolice station yaseMoroka uzohlangana naye lapho.
My Lord, I did the same exercise as I did with Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, whereby I connected both parties, not with Sergeant Mokhane, with Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, as he'll be the one that will be transporting accused number 2 to Moroka.
Ngenza ke ngalendlela engangenze ngayo ke kuyena phakathi kwakhe uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe kanye naye uSergeant Mokhane nakuyena ke uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu kanye noMokhane ngenza ngaleyo ndlela ukuthi ke ngikhulumisane nabo bobabili ke nanjengokuthi uMokhane kwakuyena wayezomhambisa.
I also know, my Lord, that on that day, accused number 2 was scheduled to appear in Phosphorus, to be taken to Phosphorus court, insofar as the briefing that was given to me by Sergeant Mokhane.
Ngokwalokho ke engakutshelwa uyena ke uSergeant Mokhane ngangazi ke ukuthi ngalelo langa lelo ke umsolo wesibili kwakufanele ukuthi ke ayobingelela imantshi kwinkantolo yasePhosphorus.
Just a minute. Yes.
My Lord, it is also prudent to mention that the reason of his detention on the 16th of June 2020 was in relation, I think, to a murder case of Nongoma, not this matter before court.
Futhi ngicabanga ukuthi ke kufanelekile ukuthi ngikusho-ke ukuthi ukugcina kwakhe noma ke ukuba sesitokisini kwakhe-ke ngazo i-16 June 2020 kwakumayelana-ke necala lokubulala la kwaNongoma kungasilona leli icala eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
He too, my Lord, was arraigned together with accused number 1 in October 2014 when they then made their first appearance in Boksburg in relation to this matter for the first time.
Naye-ke nanjengaye-ke umsola wokuqala-ke bavela-ke ngazo i-26 ku-October 2014 kuyona inkantolo yase-Boksburg.
And it was after also, my Lord, the warrant of arrest in relation to this matter was issued and executed, where now he then made a first appearance in Boksburg Magistrate Court, my Lord.
Nakuyena-ke kwakusemva-ke kokuthi-ke kusekwenziwe-ke isicelo ukuthi-ke kutholakale-ke incwadi-ke egunyazisa-ke ukuboshwa kwakhe abakubiza ngokuthi-ke i-warrant of arrest ukuthi-ke seyobingelela-ke imantshi e-Boksburg.
Brigadier, if I can take you to the events of the 19th of June 2020.
Yes, my Lord.
Yes, can we focus on that?
Noted, my Lord. Yes. My Lord, then in the morning I was informed by Sergeant Mohane that indeed accused number 2 was taken to Colonel Rapadu at Moroka.
Ngazo-ke i-19 lezo-ke ngatshelwa-ke uyena uSergeant Mohane ukuthi impela-ke umsola wesibili-ke wahanjiswa-ke wayohlangana naye-ke uKolonel Rapadu eMoroka.
My Lord, it is also important to mention that Colonel Rapadu also was independent from these investigations.
Kubalulekile-ke nokusho-ke ukuthi-ke yena uKolonel Rapadu-ke wayengahlangeneke nalo uphenyo lolu.
Furthermore, that I have never worked with him in my entire career, my Lord.
Nokuthi-ke angikaze njengiyiphoyisa-ke ngisebenze naye uKolonel Rapadu.
And then lastly, my Lord, that the first time I actually spoke to him was telephonically, and the first time I actually laid eyes or saw his face was when I went to collect the confession form in his Enadale office, I think 2 days after, but it's depicted in the statement that he gave me. So that was the first time we actually came face to face, my Lord.
Nokuthi-ke futhi kokuqala ngikhulumisana naye-ke kwangelanga ngikhuluma naye-ke sikhuluma-ke ngocingo nokuthi okokuqala ngibonana naye-ke ukuthi kwakungelanga ngiya-ke kwihhovisi lakhe-ke e-Enadale. Ngicabanga ukuthi-ke amalanga amabili-ke seqedile-ke ukuthatha istatement lesi kumsolo wesibili ila ngaqala khona-ke ukuthi ngimbone noma sibonane.
I just want to show you a document which has been handed up as Exhibit HH. Can you just identify that for the court?
Yes, my Lord. So it is indeed the proforma that I received from Colonel Rapadu, as well as his statement.
Iyona-ke proforma lena-ke ngayithola kuyena uKolonel Rapadu kanye nestatement sakhe.
Yes, the second exhibit, my Lord, relates to the statement made by Colonel Rapadu. He also gave it to me together with the proforma and its annexures, my Lord.
Lena-ke for me-ke iyona-ke lena anginikeza yona-ke uKolonel Rapadu ihamba nayo-ke iproforma kanye nestatement.
Yes, what happened further?
My Lord, Colonel Rapadu informed me, I think it was just before or very close to 12 midday, that it was done. This was telephonically, and that I should come and obtain or get this pro forma at his NRDL office, my Lord.
Wangitshela-ke ngicabanga ukuthi nje kwakungaphambilini nje ukuthi-ke libumbaneke ihora leshumi nambili ukuthi-ke useqedile-ke yena uKenel Raphathu nokuthi-ke angize ngizothatha-ke yona-ke iform noma iproforma lena kwihhovisi lakhe elise-NRDL.
My Lord, I was also told such by Sergeant Mukhane, and I was told that they are now proceeding to Phosphorus Court for the first appearance of accused number 2.
Lokho-ke ngakutshela nawe yena-ke uSergeant Mukhane nokuthi manje-ke babesendleleni-ke eya enkantolo ePhosphorus la khona-ke umsolo wesibili wayeyobingelela-ke imantshi ihlandla lokuqala.
My Lord, I was later informed that insofar as the Phosphorus matter, the matter was not enrolled.
Ngatshelwa-ke ukuthi mayelana nalelo cala lelo abebelihambela beyela-ke enkantolo kwatholakala ukuthi-ke alukho kuhla lwamacala lwalelo langa enkantolo.
Are you familiar with the matter that was not enrolled?
My Lord, I was told, I am familiar in the sense that I know it related to drugs-related offenses, but the one that he was charged for, sorry, my Lord, I beg your pardon, the Nongoma, it's a matter of Nongoma. Yes, I'm familiar with it. That's the charge he was arrested for. But I know that in Phosphorus, he was also, they were trying to combine him with another matter that was already on the roll in that matter, my Lord, in that court, sorry.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi yebo-ke nginolwazi-ke nginalo-ke mayelana necala leli-ke lokubulala lokwaNongoma, kodwa-ke engikwaziyo futhi ukuthi-ke ePhosphorus babe inhloso yabo kwakuthi-ke bahlanganiseke kanye nelinye futhi-ke icala-ke awayebhekene nalo.
And also the intention, my Lord, I know that it was to place him insofar as the Nongoma matter and transfer him back to KZN, my Lord.
Okunye futhi engikwaziyo-ke ukuthi-ke leli lakwaNongoma-ke icala-ke babehlose ukuthi-ke bamhambiseke ukuthi aye khona-ke eKZN.
Yes.
My Lord, we then...
what transpired?
The matter was not enrolled, my Lord, as I said, and then insofar as the court proceedings, that's what I was told, my Lord.
Mayelana-ke nalokho okwenzeka-ke enkantolo yilokho-ke ekwashiwo kumina-ke ukuthi-ke icala lalingekho-ke kuhla lwamacala.
And the docket, where is it currently?
It is available, my Lord. At the time when Sergeant Mukhane testified, we were struggling to find it because it was reassigned to another member, but it has subsequently been found, my Lord, so it's available. That is now the Nongoma matter. The one of Phosphorus, my Lord, it went to the prosecution for decision, and there seems to be a struggle in locating it, but the Nongoma docket is available, my Lord.
Leli-ke elakwaNongoma idokodo lona-ke litholakele-ke okwenzeka-ke ngesikhathi uSergeant Mukhane enikeza ngobufakazi bakhe-ke kwakuwukuthi idokodo lelo linikezwe enye imember noma elinye-ke iphoyisa, kodwa selize latholakala-ke kodwa icala leli lona-ke lase-Phosphorus lalihanjisiwe, idokodo lelo lona-ke lalihanjisiwe linikezwe abeshushisi ukuthi kuthathwe-ke isinqumo alikatholakali-ke manje namakazi wake ukuthi likuphi nendawo.
Yes, and what is its current status, the Nongoma docket?
My Lord, is under investigation on our side because accused number 2 is still a person of interest in that matter, my Lord.
Lelo icala lakwaNongoma lisaphenywa-ke ngakolwethu-ke uhlangothi-ke ngoba-ke umsolo wesibili-ke kusewumuntu-ke obhekiwe-ke mayelana nalelo cala lelo sisaliphenya.
Did you say the intention was that the Nongoma matter will also be enrolled on the 19th of June 2020?
Yes, and transferred back to Nongoma, my Lord. And the reason for that particular reason, my Lord, it was established that in Nongoma there was already a suspect in custody for the same matter, so it was basically to put them together. But it seems the prosecution had a different view in terms of what was contained in the docket, hence it was not enrolled, my Lord.
Mayelana-ke nalo icala lakwaNongoma ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke inhloso kwakuwukuthi-ke nalo-ke libe kuhla lwamacala-ke bese liyandluliselwa-ke lokuselwa khona kwaNongoma noma-ke eKZN ngoba-ke wayesekhona-ke umsolwa owayesengaphakathi esitokisini kulona lelo cala-ke manje babebheke ukuthi-ke base bayabahlanganisa-ke kulona icala lelo, kodwa kwabonakala-ke ukuthi-ke abashushisi-ke manje bona-ke banovo oluhlukile-ke yingakho-ke lingabanga khona-ke kuhla lwamacala ngalelo langa lelo.
Yes, and the cast number for the Nongoma docket?
Yeah, my lord, I wouldn't know. I think I know it's 163. I don't remember the month and the year, my lord.
163 163 inyanga ake kanye nonyaka angikhumbulike kulona leli lakwaNongoma.
I just want to show you Exhibit VV, which has been handed up by the defense. Are you familiar with the document?
Yes, my lord, I am. It does reflect the case number that I referred to. So I see it's 163 of 10, 2018, my lord.
Ngiyabona ukuthi case number lana ke 163 ka 10 2018 kuleli lakwaNongoma icala.
Although, my lord, I don't know how this was found. I'm not so sure about the ethical procedure of finding it. I really don't know. But anyway, the case number is correct. I'm just concerned as to how it was printed, because information of the police, I don't know how it ended up in the defense hand, because this is not how we communicate such information. We would have gladly given it to them, so I'm suspicious of the manner in which this person, if it is indeed this person, generated this printout. However, the cast number, I do recall, is the correct one.
Lana ke i-case number lena ke ngasho ukuthi iyona ke. Insolo zami ke kuphela ke ukuthi ke indlela ke lemininingwane lena etholakele ngayo ukuthi ke uma kuukuthi ke uyena ke lo muntu ke obhaliwe ke khona la ngoba ke akusiyona ke indlela thina ke sicommunicate ngayo siyamaphoyisa ke ngoba ukuba kuukuthi bayicelile ke noma bayifunile kuthina ke sasizobanika kodwa hayi ngalendlela ke esiprintwe ngayo noma ekhishwe ngayo.
Particularly, my lord, because I know the investigating officer who was dealing with this matter up to the time it was finalized that side, and it's not the person mentioned here.
Nakuthi futhi ke umphenyi ke kwalelicala ke ngiyamazi ke kwazi kwayisikhathi la khona ke icala leli liqedwa khona ke ngale futhi kungasiyena ke lona obhaliwe noma ola.
Has that matter since been finalized?
Yes, it's been finalized, and the person that was, at the time when we were busy, that was on the roll, has been convicted, my lord. But also that person statements was obtained by us. That was in relation to this investigation, the matter before court, and that statement was attached in the docket, which has been disclosed to the defense, and also in relation to your question about this matter. So that person has been sentenced, my lord.
Lana ke yebo ngishilo ukuthi icala leli sela phethwa ke nokuthi ke futhi lo muntu ke walahla ke icala leli awayebhekene nalo ke futhi nestatement ke sasithola ke kulo muntu loyo mayelana ke nalo daba lelo siliphenya kanye futhi nalolu ke olphambi kwayo ke inkantolo lena.
And he is known, my lord, to accuse 1 and 2.
Futhi ke lo muntu lona ke accuse number 1 noma umsolo wokuqala nowesibili bayamazi.
Yes, you may proceed.
So then, my lord, later then we arranged, because there was an issue of the hoodie that was depicted there, that there will be a follow-up made to find that hoodie. That is now on the 19th after the proceeding. So we agreed that we will meet in, I think it's Northwest, to follow up the hoodie. I instructed Sergeant Mohane to meet me at the police station of Puking SABC, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke kwakuukuthi ke manje kwakusethathwe nesinqumo ke ukuthi manje kwavela ke lo daba lale hoodie ebutshengisiwe ke khona lana ukuthi ke manje kuzoyobhekwa yona ke ihoodie leyo ngase ngikhulumisana noma sengisho ke kuyena Sergeant Mohane ukuthi ke asihlanganeke epolice station yasePhukeng.
My lord, I do know also that he made a report to me that I think there was something that Sergeant Mabena forgot, so they had to go to Moroka SAPS back to look for something, but then later, which was much later, we met, they found me at Puking police station.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kukhona akusho kumina uSergeant Mohane ukuthi kukhona ke lokho okwakhohlwa uyena uSergeant Mabena khona ke eMoroka kodwa ke mase sihambile ke isikhathi sahlangana khona epolice station yasePhukeng.
My lord, I requested, obviously after reporting and following all the formalities of the ACPS, I requested the cluster section of that area insofar as the address that we wanted to go to. to accompany us to the set address together with accused number 2, my lord, and of which they did.
Emuva kokuthi konke sekwenziwe-ke kwi-police station leyo-ke esafikela kuyona-ke ngase ngicela-ke ukuthi-ke i-cluster-ke eyalapho noma-ke ophethe-ke lapho-ke ukuthi-ke basiphelezeleke ukuthi siye-ke kwikheli lelo-ke noma la esasihlose ukuthi siye khona sihamba naye umsolwa wesibili.
My lord, we arrived at a certain residential area which was identified by accused number 2, where the members then went in to search for such a woody. I was outside making calls, my lord.
Safika-ke kuleyo ndawo leyo-ke indawo leyo esayitshengiswa uyena umsolwa wesibili. Amalunga-ke noma-ke ama-member-ke angena-ke ngaphakathi-ke eyosesha-ke noma eyobheka yona-ke ihudi. Mina ngasala ngaphandle ngoba ngangenza-ke ama-calls.
So upon your arrival at Booking, where did you start?
At the police station, my lord, Bukeng SAPS.
Uma sifika ePhukeng saqala e-police station.
What time?
Yo, my lord, it will be in the evening. But prior to midnight, I'm not sure about the time, the timeline, my lord.
Anginaso-ke isiqiniseko sesikhathi kodwa kwakusebusuku-ke kodwa kwangaphambi nje ukuthi-ke libumbaneke ihora-ke leshumi nambili.
Yes.
So yes, my lord. So I said then they then went in, my lord. They were also in the company of the local police officers. In other words, officers from Bukeng who then went in as well.
Bangena-ke uma bengena lapho-ke babehamba nawo-ke amaphoyisa asePhukeng.
I was later informed, my lord, that the hoodie could not be found, but what was found was ammunition that the accused 2 could not explain or produce a license to possess such.
Ngatshelwa-ke ukuthi-ke ihudi-ke le ababeyibheka abazange bayithole kodwa okwatholakala-ke kwatholakala iy'nhlamvu lezo-ke abathi uma bembuza ngazo-ke umsolwa wesibili-ke akakhonanga-ke ukuthi abachazele ngazo.
My lord, the process was then followed to open a case of possession of unlicensed ammunition, and the docket of Bukeng was then opened and assigned to Sergeant Mukhani to carry on with that investigation.
Kwase kuvulwa-ke idokodo-ke manje noma sekulandelwa-ke iy'nhlelo-ke ukuthi kuvulwe-ke idokodo noma icala-ke mayelana nokutholakala kwalezo y'nhlamvu lezo nokuthi-ke uSergeant Mukhani aqhubekeke ukuthi kube uyena-ke owenza lelo phenyo lelo.
My lord, he was initially detained at Bukeng as the requirements so detect, and then transferred to Primrose SAPS. And in those detention in Bukeng, as well as the receiving police station, that is Primrose, he was both detained and booked out with no injuries, and also received at Primrose with no complaints and injuries, my lord.
Nokuthi nanjengoba-ke iy'nhlelo-ke kulindeleke ukuthi kwenzeke-ke ukuthi-ke wase faka khona-ke esitokisini ePhukeng nokuthi-ke manje usezondluliselwa-ke ePrimrose. Bona omabili-ke lama-police station uma egcinwa khona lapho-ke bemamukela futhi nasebemkhipha nangale bemthatha-ke ePrimrose kwathola kwakubhaliwe-ke ukuthi cha wayengalimele.
Yes. So I wanted to say, my lord, I know this because the copies of the OBs in the relevant stations were also obtained, and I believe it was made available to the defense as well, my lord.
Ngiyakwazi-ke lokhu ngoba-ke amakhophi alama-police station amabili-ke engikhuluma ngawo-ke khuluma manje ngayo-ke iPhukeng kanye futhi nayo-ke iPrimrose ngawathola-ke futhi-ke nabameli nawo-ke bawathola.
Furthermore, my lord, I'll just take the court back insofar as Moroka SAPS. He was not detained there, my lord, but for the ease of reference or at the request of the defense, we also drew the OB and I think SAP 14 from Moroka, which clearly indicates that he was never detained in Moroka SAPS, my lord, except for the taking of the confession.
Okunye futhi-ke ngokuya kwakhe-ke eMoroka ngaleli langa-ke aya khona-ke ngalo nalapho-ke bashoyelwa-ke noma kubhaliwe-ke ukuthi wayengavalelwe-ke khona lapho kwakuwukuthi nje yebo wayeyile-ke nalokho-ke amakhophi akhona-ke nawo-ke sawathola-ke.
You mentioned that copies of the occurrence book both from Bukeng police station were obtained.
That is correct, my lord.
Primrose.
That is correct, my lord.
Just want to show you exhibit PP1 and PP2. Yes, if you can just identify it.
Yes, they are, my lord. It is indeed the detention, it is the exhibit PPG that I referred to, my lord, both in terms of the ACP 10 as well as the ACP 14, the detention register.
Iyona-ke i-register lena-ke ekhuluma-ke ngokugcinwa-ke noma kuvalelwa kwakhe-ke khona lapho iyona-ke lena bekuthiwa u-PP 10
PPC2, PPC1.
okay u-PP exhibit u-PP1 kanye no-PP2.
Yes, and my lord, it relates to the entry that was made at Bukeng police station when first accused number 2 was detained and then later transferred to Primrose.
Lana-ke ekhuluma-ke ngayo-ke i-police station le eyase-Phukeng la khona-ke ewayegcinwe evalelwe khona-ke wase-endluliselwa e-Primrose.
And it also reflects the case number that was opened there, my lord, which is Phukeng case 118/06/2020 for possession of live ammunition, my lord.
Lana-ke bese-ke ne-case number ibhaliwe-ke eku-1 icala lelo elavulwa-ke lapho eli-118/06/20 ukutholakala-ke ney'nhlamvu.
I just want to show you exhibit MM2A, which are the AVL records. For the vehicle used by Sergeant Mukhani. Do you still remember which vehicle he was using?
Yes, I do, my lord. He was using a white Toyota Fortuner. I think the registration starts with VF, but I'll know when I see the registration numbers. It is an official vehicle, my lord.
Ngiyazi-ke ukuthi uSergeant Mukhani imoto ayisebenzisa bakuyi-Toyota Fortuner, ngiyazi ukuthi nje ikhala ngo-VF, kodwa-ke uma ngiyibona-ke ngizoyazi ukuthi iyona-ke amanamba lawo.
If I can draw your attention to the AVL report for the date 19 June 2020 at 21:53 and 25 seconds.
Can you repeat the time?
Yes, the times. Let me repeat.
Can you repeat the times, please?
21:53 and 20 seconds.
Okay. Yes, so I see it says the date, my lord, is 2020-06-19-21:53, GPS unlocked, Bukeng SAPS, my lord.
Ngiyabona-ke la kubhaliwe ngazo i-19 kuJune 2020, isikhathi-ke u-21:53, ama-seconds awu-25, bese kubhalwa-ke GPS unlocked
And
Bukeng SAPS.
What would that time be?
It's 21, the time depicted here, my lord, is 21:53, 25 seconds.
Sona-ke isikhathi leso esiwu-21:53, ama-seconds awu-25.
Yes, you mentioned that you first went to the police station in Bukeng.
Yes. So this will be the time when we were there, my lord. I understand the question now.
Ngiyawuzwa kumbuzo manje-ke isona-ke isikhathi lesi esasise-police station ngaso.
Yes, there's also the time reflected when you arrived at the house. I think it's the next page.
Yes, so that will be 22:33. Yeah, the vehicle then was switched off, my lord. So it's on the same date, 2020-06-19, 22:33 with 41 seconds. The vehicle was then switched off at this Freedom Park. That is the residential area where the house, or rather the place that accused number 2 identified as his place of residence.
ngazo i-19 kuJune 2020 isikhathi ke u-2233 ila ibonisa ikutshengisa khona ukuthi imoto yaqishwa ke ile yandlu ke khona eFreedom Park ile esayikhonjiswa uyena ke umsolwa wesibili.
And what time did you leave Booking on the day in question?
My lord, it will be after midnight, because if one look at the exhibit that we just looked at now, that is PP1, exhibit PP1, my lord, one will see that accused number 2 was detained at 0040. In other words, it was already the 20th. The date is 2020-06-20. So that morning, 0040, he was detained formally and then transferred at 0045. So we would have left, okay, I think around midnight, my lord. Freedom Park now, sorry.
Mase sihamba khona ke eFreedom Park ke lokho kwakusese muva ke ukuthi ke ligamenge ke eleshumi nambili ihora ndathakusa ke ngoba uma ubheka ke lana uma edetained noma ke evalelwa ke khona kule police station yasePhukeng isikhathi sithi 0040 uma esendluliselwa ke ePrimrose u0045.
We'll get now to the entries from Primrose Police Station, exhibit QQ, just after the long adjournment.
Yes, my lord. My lord, I also forgot to mention something that insofar as the alibi that accused 2 gave, that is the first alibi to say he was at work on the day of the incident, which was found to be false. There was also another alibi given to us that says he was in Guanongoma specifically, and he threw some money through a Capitec.
Okay. Okunye nje engikhohliweke ukuthi ngikusho mayelana nalokho okwashiwa uyena ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi ke ngelanga ke lesigameko le yena ke wayesemsebenzini kwase kutholakala ukuthi lokho kwangasilona iqiniso. Phindile ke washo ke ukuthi ke yena ke waye kwaNongoma washo ke nokuthi ke wasebenzisa uCapitec la ayekhipha khona imali.
Section 205s were done, my lord, which were then disclosed to the defense, and it was found it is not true, my lord.
Kunesicelo ke lokho ababiza ukuthi usection 205 owenziwa ke amameli bakunikwa ke lokho kwatholakala ke nalapho ukuthi ke bangasilona iqiniso.
So in essence, my lord, this was the second alibi found to be false.
Engishoyo ke manje ukuthi kwakuwo kwesibili ke lokho asitshela kona ke okwatholakala ukuthi akusilona iqiniso.
And what is prudent, my lord, it was said by accused number 2 while he was presented by the counsel before this court. So he was legal advice, and they put it as his alibi that they requested us to follow. Such was followed and found to be false.
Okunye futhi ke ukuthi lokho umsolo wesibili ukusho nkathi ke enommeli noma ke ekhona ke umuntu ommeleke phambi kwalenkantolo sase siyacelwa ke ukuthi ke asikulandeleleke noma sibhekeke lokho okuyinto esayenza.
The Capitec bank statements were handed up in the main trial as exhibit DD Annex 1. They will be shown to you in due course.
Yes, my lord.
As a court, please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment? The heat is taking its toll.
Oh, that's okay.
Can we just take?
Okay, 2 o'clock.
As a court, please, my lord, my learned friend has just indicated that he wants to raise an objection. I don't know what the nature of the objection is. Advocate Gomez.
My lord, it relates to the second alibi. To the second alibi that the witness is referring to.
Yeah.
Is the evidence that has been had in the main trial. I don't see the reason why it is introduced to the trial within the trial.
Mr. Wadoi.
Well, my lord, the witness linked this to the defenses that were proffered by the accused, that after all the defenses had basically fallen flat, he then decided to make a clean breast of everything, my lord. We submit that evidence is admissible, as it shows that after the accused had realized that all his defenses have fallen flat, he decided to come clean.
Wasn't it raised by the accused himself, that defense?
Yes. Indeed, that's what the witness said.
That's what I understand, Mr. Mngomezulu, that it was raised by the accused person himself after having proffered the first defense, which was an alibi, which, according to this witness, proved unsustainable. And thereafter, according to Mr. Brigadier Ginda, I think it's Mr. Ramosepidi then proffered a second alternative to say they can check the defense which is proffered by the accused, when he says that on that very day, on the 26th, he was in Nongoma and he transacted a Capitec account. I think it's admissible.
My lord, I was under the impression that evidence was led in the main trial.
No.
Before we...
This witness was not in the main trial.
Yes.
Okay.
And yes, my lord, I remember it's a fact that he was not on the main trial.
Yeah, quite.
But the evidence that was put in a form of a version was in the main trial.
Yes, quite.
Yes.
Quite.
But since we started with the trial within the trial, nothing has been said on all the state witnesses relating to the second alibi of accused number 2.
No, you're right.
Yes.
It's the Brigadier who's mentioning it. And he mentions it in the process of, I don't know, the state trying to show that that alibi, the first and the second alibis, were not sustainable. I don't know. We can argue that.
Yes, you got that.
You're still entitled to argue. Okay, but at this stage, I think it is admissible.
Court, please.
Okay.
As a court, please, my lord. Brigadier, you referred to the entries from Primrose Police Station, which serve as Exhibit QQ before this court. Do you have the original entry there?
That is correct, my lord. I do have the original OB, and I did refer to those entries, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you. Then you also referred to the clocking records of the accused, which serve as Exhibit DD in the main trial, as well as the leave of absence of accused number 2. Just want to show you Exhibit DD. Or Exhibit DD in the main trial.
Yes, my lord.
Can you just identify Exhibit DD?
Yes, my lord. These are the clocking records in Exhibit DD in relation to accused number 2, as well as his picture is depicted on the front page, my lord.
Lena-ke iyona imininingwane yakhe umsolo wesibili mayelana-ke nesystem lena yasemsebenzini wakhe la kulokhwa khona, futhi-ke nesithombe sakhe sikhona la.
As a court, please, my lord, we don't have Exhibit DD in the trial within a trial. We just request that it retain its status as Exhibit DD in the trial within a trial.
Okay.
Then you also refer to the bank statements of accused number 2 from Capitec Bank. Just want to show you Exhibit DD1 in the main trial. Can you identify Exhibit DD1?
Yes, my lord. Exhibit DD1 contains the bank statements of accused number 2 together with the front page. In other words, before the bank statement starts, it contains his identity document, the old ID card with his picture, ID number, and full names. And that is in relation to accused number 2.
Lana ke sorry bank statement ke yakhe umamsola wesibili futhi ke lana ke kufakiwe ke necopy ke yayo iID yakhe nemininingwane yakhona.
And it relates to the second alibi that was found to be false, my lord.
Lokhu kumayelana ke nalenkulumo yakhe yesibili ke la ayasho khona ukuthi waye kuphi kwatholakala ukuthi uqamba manga.
Looking at Exhibit DD1, are there any transactions shown on the day in question?
On the 27th, my lord, there are no transactions. I know because I went through this document, my lord.
Ngiyazi ke ngoba ke
Beginning 27th of October 2014, my lord.
ngiyazi ngoba ngibheke ngayibheka le document ukuthi ke nge-27 ka October 2014 akukho la sho khona ukuthi ke la awayokhipha imali khona ke la ashilo yini ukuthi wayikhipha khona.
Thank you. If we can then get back to your evidence, you have just referred to the OB entries from Primrose on the 20th. Is there anything of importance that happened on the 21st?
Yes, my lord. So perhaps on the 20th, yes, I can confirm. Maybe let me start on the 20th, my lord, that he was indeed received, as I alluded in my evidence before, as per this OB now from Primrose. The time is 04:30. That's when he was received from Primrose. At Primrose SAPS from Pukeng, my lord. So that is the first entry at 04:30.
Lana ke ngazo i20 lezo ke isikhathi ke 04:30 ila amukelwa khona ke police station yase Primrose ebuya ePhukeng.
Then my lord, on the 21st of June 2020 at 22:50, he was then charged, in other words, formally charged in preparation of his first appearance in Pukeng court. So he was charged by Sergeant Mohane, and the time was 22:50 with OB reference number 2029.
Lana ke okwesibili ke ukuthi nge21 zika June 2020 isikhathi ke u22:50 ila khona ke manje esecharge khona ke uyena uSergeant Mohane incwadi ke number yayo ke iOB. Okay, sorry. 2029 is the number OB.
Yes. And he was charged, my lord, in relation to the what do you call it? The Pukeng matter, possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Lana ke amaqala wayewathwesa ngomicala awayelithwesa ilelo lokutholakala ke nezinhlamvu lasePhukeng.
Then my lord, on the 22nd of June 2020 at 7:15 under entry 2065, he was booked out by Sergeant Mohane for court, in other words, to make his first court appearance in Kabang, that is the jurisdiction of Pukeng.
Base kuthi ke ngazo i22 ku June 2020 isikhathi ke u7:15 ila akhishwa khona ke uyena uDetective Sergeant Mohane ukuthi ke ayobingelela ke imantshi eXhabane ke ingaphansi kwayo iPhukeng.
And I can confirm, my lord, that indeed he did appear, because I had an opportunity to see the charge sheet. He did appear and he was remanded into custody for a further date. But he did make his first appearance on the 22nd of June 2020.
Kodwa ngakusho ke ngesiqiniseko ukuthi ngazo i22 zikaJune ku-2020 impela-ke wayibingelela-ke imantshi okokuqala khona eThabani ngoba-ke i-charge sheet ngayibheka kusho ukuthi ngakubona lokho.
Just want to show you exhibit RR.
Yes, my lord.
Can you just identify the exhibit?
So, my lord, this is the charge sheet from Thabang, and it's in relation to the Pukeng matter that you refer to for possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Lena-ke iyona-ke i-charge sheet engikhuluma ngayo kusho ukuthi ilona-ke lephepha leli-ke umuntu-ke alifundelwayo-ke enkantolo uma ivela ukuthi-ke iliphi noma waphi amacala awathwesayo laseXabane.
My lord, it indicates the obvious on top, the case number, Sergeant Mohane as the investigating officer, the date of arrest, which is 19 June 2020, and the first date, in other words, the first appearance was 22 June 2020, with the accused names and surname written.
Lana-ke imininingwane-ke echazayo ukuthi ubani ophenya icala uSergeant Mohane, ilanga lakhe-ke aboshwa ngalo i-19 zikaJune 2020, bese ukuthi-ke ilanga avela ngalo-ke ngokuqala enkantolo noma bingelela imantshi kwangeyi-22 zikaJune 2020 namagama akhe-ke umsolwa.
My lord, I can further confirm that other than this, I do know that on the 22nd, I had to wait for Sergeant Mohane and accused, two in particular, because one, we needed to do the teeth, the teeth examination, the dental examination with a doctor that side, as we were suspecting that he may have a gold teeth incision. That was the first part. The second one, it was the day when I obtained, as I said, on the 19th, I spoke to Mr. Mulder, but the final, the actual disposal of the affidavit was concluded on the 22nd of June 2020.
Okunye engakusho-ke ngaphandleni nje kwalokhu engiqeda ukusho-ke ngikufunde lana mayelana nazo-ke i-22 lezo-ke ukuthi kwakufanele futhi-ke ayohlangana-ke nodokotela azombheka-ke amazinyo-ke ngoba sasicabanga-ke noma-ke sisola-ke ukuthi-ke wayenalo-ke izinyo legolide. Okunye futhi-ke ngazo lezo i-22 lezo kwakufanele ukuthi-ke uMr. Mulder nanjengoba sasihlangene-ke ngazo i-19 ukuthi aqedeleleke leya affidavit yakhe owayezokunikeza yona.
Yes.
Yes. And if you look on page 4 of exhibit RR, what is the entry there?
Page 4. So it's written, my lord, accused number 1, or defense. It says first, my lord, defense for accused number 1, Mr. Mjiako. And then it goes further to mention that it's digitally recorded.
No, sorry. The entry by the magistrate.
The entry by the magistrate.
Yes, the date to which the matter was postponed to on the 22nd.
Is it now on page number 4?
Yes.
So it says request, Mr. Mjiako requests postponement to 3 August 2020. In discussion with DPP before apply for bail.
Okubhaliwe-ke lana noma kwabhalwa iyona-ke imantshi ngalo lelo langa lelo-ke ukuthi-ke nesicelo-ke esenziwa noma umnumzana uMjiyako uyacela-ke ukuthi icala lehlehliswe 3/08/2020 ukuze ukhulumisane-ke nabashushisi noma abengamele ezoshishisa ngaphambilini kokuthi-ke enze isicelo sebail.
I'm sorry, my lord, you just shown the correct entry there by the magistrate.
All right, it says adjourned to 29/06/2020, legal aid in custody, no bail.
Lana-ke okubhalwe umantshi-ke ukuthi icala lihlehliswa-ke lihlehliselwa i-29 June 2020 kwabhalwa-ke legal aid uzogcinwa-ke esitokisini akana bail.
And the date of the appearances, my lord, is the 22nd of June 2020.
Futhi ilanga-ke avela ngalo noma abingelela ngalo imantshi i-22 June 2020.
In relation to accused number 2.
Sikhuluma ngaye-ke umsolo wesibili.
You mentioned that accused number 2 had to undergo dental examination on the 22nd of June 2020?
Yes, that's what I said, my lord.
Ngishilo ukuthi ngazo i22 lezo kwakufanele ukuthi ahlanganeke nodokotela wamazinyo.
Have you seen that report?
Yes, I've seen it, my lord. I had sight of it.
Ngubonileke noma ngawubona ke lo mbiko loyo.
Just want to show you exhibit VV1, which was actually handed up by the defense.
Yes, my lord, it is the document I'm referring to. And the date here is clearly stated that it was the 22nd of June 2020. That was after the court appearance. So.
Iwona ke lo mbiko engikhuluma ngawo lona futhi nedate ibhaliwe la i22 zika June 2020 futhi lokho kwenzeka ke emuva kokuthi esevelile enkantolo.
You've mentioned that you've had sight of this exhibit. If you look on page 2, even if it was an oral examination, were there any injuries noted?
No, absolutely none, my lord.
Noma ke lana ke awayekiyeleke ukuthi ke noma wayohlangana nodokotela wamazinyo ke kodwa ke akukho okubhaliwe ngokuthi ngokumayelana nokuthi ke wayelimele.
Thank you. Then after the 20 seconds, what happened further?
Yeah, so what I recall, my lord, he was then, I think, transferred for further detention at Pretoria North SABC. That is now from the court appearance.
Engicabangayo ukuthi kwenzeka ke manje ukuthi uma seqedile ke ukubingelela ke imanje noma ukuvela ke enkantolo wase endluliselwa ke Pretoria North ukuthi ayogcina khona lapho.
Then, my lord, on the 23rd of June 2020, I received a call from the police station when our accused 2 was detained, where I was informed there's an attorney who wants to consult with him, and they wanted to check if they should allow such a person.
Kwase kuthi ngazo i23 ngathola ke ucingo ke elubuya epolice station leyo ke awayekuyona umsolo wesibili bengitshela ke ukuthi kwakunommeli owayefisa ukuthi akhulume naye ke babefuna nje ukwenza ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ke bangamvumela yini ukuthi akhulume naye.
I advised them, my lord, to allow this person to consult with accused number 2, and that I will be making my way just to confirm the status of this individual, my lord.
Ngase ngithi kubona ke abamvumeleke loyo muntu loyo ukuthi akhulumeke naye umsolo wesibili mina ke ngizoza ke ngizoqinisekisa nje ukuthi ke ubani loyo muntu loyo.
Just a minute. Do you remember as to from whom this call emanated?
No, I don't remember, but it was members that were in charge of the cells, where the reporting for consultation will normally be arranged. And this request, my lord, was not unusual in light of the fact that we're under COVID lockdown. So there were restrictions in terms of visits. So, I said, look, they must make an exception because it is a legal visit.
Lana ke angisakhumbula ukuthi kwakubani ke owafona kodwa ilabo ke abaphethe ke kuma cell ngoba ke kufanele ukuthi benze kanje ila khona ke umuntu uma eyoconsulta akhulumisana khona nabantu futhi lokho kwangasiyona ke into engavamisekileke ngoba ke sasingaphansi kwayo ke i-lockdown ye-COVID manje ke umuntu uma ezobona ke ngase ngivuma ukuthi cha abamdedeleke ukuthi ambone ngoba ke kwakuwummeli.
Yes.
My lord, I arrived there, I think it would have been after an hour or 1.5 hours because I was a bit far from Pretoria North, and I found accused 2 with a gentleman who identified himself as Mr. Mjiako, Togozo Mjiako, as his attorney.
Ngafika ke lapho ngathi nje emuva nje kwehora noma ihora ke elinesigaba ngoba ngangikudeke ePretoria North. Uma ngifika khona lapho ngathola ke yena ke umsolo wesibili ekanye ke nalomlisa owayichaza nanje ngontokozo Mjiako.
Accused 2 confirmed that this was his attorney, my lord.
Waqinisekisa ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi kwakuwummeli wakhe loyo.
Just a minute. Now, what time did you arrive at the police station?
It would have been around midday, early afternoon, my lord.
Ngathi nje lathi lishayileke ihora leshumi nambili uma sengifika khona lapho kule police station.
And where did you find accused number 2 and Mr. Mjiako.
In the holding cells, my lord.
Ngabathola khona-ke ama-cells umsolo wesibili kanye naye uMjiyako.
Where in the holding cells?
There is a space where normally, my lord, they will take fingerprints or legal practitioners will sit and consult with clients. So, but it's part of the holding cells.
Ikhona indawo la khona-ke bathatha khona-ke ama-fingerprints noma la abameli bazohlala khona-ke bakhulumisane-ke nalabo ababamele kodwa-ke kuyingxenye yama-cells.
Yes, can you perhaps give more background? What happened? What was the first thing that you discussed with the two parties?
So the first thing was obviously to identify myself, my lord, to the council. But as I was coming, accused two knew me. So he also stood up and said, this is my attorney. And then the gentleman also then confirmed that he is in the form of identification, Mr. Mjiako, and he's got instruction to represent accused number 2.
Okwenzeka-ke lapho kokuqala kwakuwukuthi-ke mina-ke ngizethuleke kubona kodwa ngathi nje ngiseza-ke wabe esesukuma-ke umsolo wesibili washo-ke ukuthi lona-ke ummeli wami naye-ke eseyichaza-ke ukuthi-ke uMjiyako.
And Mr. Mjiako, did he say that in the presence of accused number 2?
Yes, my lord. These discussions took place and it was the three of us basically.
Ukuthi uMjiyako futhi-ke uthola ama-instructions ukuthi-ke ameleke umsolo wesibili futhi lokho kwenzeka-ke ekhona umsolo wesibili ngoba-ke sasindawonye sobathathu.
And what was accused number 2's reaction when Mr. Mjiako said he has instructions to appear for him?
No, he acknowledged. In fact, at that stage, my lord, accused number 2 already indicated to me that this is my attorney. So Mr. Mjiako's assertion or statement of saying I have instruction to represent accused 2 came after accused 2 said this is my attorney.
uMjiyako yena ungathi nje wayesenikeza-ke isiqinisekiso kuloko ngoba-ke umuntu owaqala washo kwakuwumsolo wesibili owasho wathi-ke lona-ke uMjiyako owummeli wami. Uma ngabe uMjiyako eseyichaza-ke yena-ke ubesenikeza manje isiqinisekiso kuloko osokushiwo umsolo wesibili.
Yes.
My lord, I then asked him to
Just remember to mention the parties, there are 2 persons involved. If you say him, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Mr. Mjiako. So I then asked him, my lord, to give me some form of identification to confirm if indeed, with greatest respect, if he's an attorney, because it was the first time I came face to face with him, and I've already identified myself by showing my appointment certificate. So I asked him to provide with some proof of such.
Ngamcela-ke uMjiyako-ke ukuthi-ke angibonise noma ngikhombiseke into engaba ubufakazi-ke bokuthi impela-ke ngingakusho-ke lokho ngokuthi ngingamhloniphike ukuthi angitshengiseke ukuthi ngempela-ke wayeyuyena ummeli ngoba mina-ke ngangisengimtshengisile-ke elami ikhadi ukuthi ngiyiphoyisa.
My lord,
just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
My lord, he produced 2 things. The first one was his South African ID, which had his picture as well as full names as well as the ID number. Then he produced a copy of a document from LPC, which confirmed that he was an attorney, my lord. And it was dated, if I recall correctly, the 5th of May 2020.
Zimbili-ke into angitshengisa zona-ke nanjengobufakazi-ke okokuqala wangibonisa-ke umazisi wakhe-ke unesithombe sakhe, igama lakhe, isibongo sakhe, i-ID number yakhe. Kwase kwesibili-ke engitshengisa-ke ikhophi ebuya-ke LPC eyayisho-ke ukuthi uyena ummeli. Uma ngaphazami-ke i-date yakhona kwakuyi-5 May 2020.
Right.
May I request, my lord, that this evidence be provisionally admitted to the court on condition that Mr. Mjiako be called to confirm the contents thereof. My lord, the reason why...
No. I'm just thinking about your submission.
Yes, ma'am. The reason being that there are a number of places and evidence that has been tendered before this court where the name of Mr. Mjiako has been mentioned. And this kind of evidence needs to be confirmed, especially during the trial. Within the trial, I was also informed of the letter that was attached on the charge sheet in Boxburg, which was written, or a letter coming from the office of Mr. Mjiako. And the authentic nature of the document could not be admitted in court unless, in terms of the best evidence rule, the author must come and confirm the contents thereof. In this case, the same letter, another letter is brought in. We don't dispute the fact that he's an attorney.
Who doesn't dispute it?
We don't dispute that.
Who doesn't? I'll tell you why. I've got this problem. Other counsels can mention if I'm incorrect. It wasn't pertinently denied that Mr. Mjiako is an attorney.
Yes.
The evidence went surreptitiously and casually in this form. There was a gentleman in a suit.
Yes.
Who was standing next to the passage.
That's correct.
And the impression created in this court is that number 2 did not have an attorney that day.
That's correct.
That's it. Now we've got a problem. If you say it's not being denied, it was denied then.
Yes.
The circumstantial evidence was a complete denial that number 2 never was represented by an attorney, either inside with Mrs. Konje,
Yes.
or that he had given that attorney Mjiako a mandate.
Yes.
Now, if you are now saying this court must admit that evidence on the basis that it is not denied, are you with me?
Now, may I just put it so that we are on the same page with the court?
Yeah.
What has been said about Mr. Mjiako on the 24th in Boxburg Court
Yeah.
has been vehemently denied
That's it.
by the defense.
Yes.
Number 2, the letter was tendered in court in support of the notice of withdrawal as attorney of record in the absence of the attorney confirming that they are there to terminate the mandate. And Mr. Mjiako at that time was not present in court. Thirdly, my lord, another letter or a proof that he was an attorney, as it has been submitted that we have not disputed that Mr. Mjiako is an attorney or an advocate.
Is it disputed that he represented accused number 2
That is in dispute, my lord.
in this thing? Inside room,
Room 2, my lord.
yeah, where
In
Mrs.
Boxburg.
Konje was presiding.
That's correct.
It's disputed.
That is disputed.
Let's hear Mr. Baloyi, Mr. Baloyi.
To start with, my lord, my learned friend refers to a letter which he says we've tendered as proof of the fact that Mr. Mjiako withdrew from record. That letter forms part of the proceedings. It forms part of the record. So
Rustenburg, okay.
no, in Boxburg. So
Okay, fine.
it was handed up in terms of section 235. So
That's it, yeah.
it's not a standalone
Document.
document that was handed up. It forms part of the exhibit. And secondly, regarding his qualification that the letter that the state is about to introduce be provisionally admitted on condition that Mr. Mjiako be called as a witness, my lord, we submit that in light of the fact that these discussions took place in the presence of the accused, that will not be necessary, my lord, to call Mr. Mjiako. But we'll cross that bridge when you get there. I've submitted a letter from the LPC to my learned friends as part of the admissions, which we'll deal with in due course. For present purposes, my lord, we submit that the discussion which took place in the presence of the accused, as well as the document which the state is about to introduce, are admissible, my lord.
Okay. Mr. Mgomezi, we can argue that matter.
My Lord,
You can argue that exigency. You can't compel the state to call a witness. You can call that witness. You can call Mr. Mjako to come and say whatever.
but the crux, my Lord, of the issue is the state at its disposal cannot use documents which such a witness cannot be called.
No, that's not
testify.
correct.
My Lord,
The evidence of Brigadier Ginda is that in the presence of accused number 2, Mr. Mjako introduced himself as an attorney or a legal representative, which exigency was confirmed by accused number 2. There were 3. So that evidence is admissible. Number 2, here's number 2. Here's the gentleman here. And he is proffering evidence that Mjako introduced himself as representing accused number 2. I don't think you can argue that it's not admissible, this evidence.
but the issue that I am concerned about, my
The
Lord,
qualifications.
is
Where
the
is the lawyer?
admission by accused number 2. He considered that the person that he was in the cells, that would still be in this.
They never considered in this
Never
court.
considered.
Not in this court.
Yes.
But
I
that's
mean,
why you're going
just
to argue that exigency that, I don't know, that
It
evidence
is
is
put
not...
by this witness that Mr. Mjako was present. That will still be denied by accused number 2. That
No, fine, no problem.
accused number, that's why we are calling for accused for that Ntokozo Mjako to come and confirm whatever that is. The
This
last
case-
part,
wait.
part of my argument, my
Okay.
Lord, before I can on the charge sheet, when a reference is made to section 235 of the records of the court, I was made to I was not convinced on that report to say the magistrate has made an entry to the effect that the letter so attached corresponds with the notice of intention to withdraw as attorney of record, unless such entry is expressly said before this honorable court.
Fine, but the onus is on the state to prove whatever allegations the state proffers. And you have the right to rebut, contradict, countervail, and deny, and dispute, as you say. But the onus is on the state. But you see, Mr. Baloi says, in his view, he doesn't think the state should call Mjako. Okay. Right,
Yes,
sir.
you may proceed.
Yes, my lord. So he then gave me, my lord, so those two things. So I could confirm that in the letter, his ID number, South African Identity Document number, was reflected there. I took the document and I left him to say he can carry on with his consultation while I was making inquiries through our agencies to confirm the authenticity of him being an attorney. Such was confirmed to me, my lord.
Okwenzeka-ke manje-ke njengoba sengishilo-ke ukuthi uMjako unginikile-ke lokho kubili-ke kwakuyi-ID yakhe-ke kanye naleli phepha-ke elibuya kwi-LPC eshoyo-ke ukuthi uwummeli ngase ngimshiya-ke ukuthi aqhubeke-ke naye-ke umsolo wesibili-ke mina ngathatha-ke i-document lena-ke ukuthi-ke ngenzeke ngixhumane-ke nabathize ukwenza-ke isiqinisekiso sokuthi ngempela lo muntu-ke uwuyena ummeli nanjengoba esho nanjengoba futhi naleli phepha lisho-ke ngakuthola-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke kwakuwuyena ummeli.
You say you look at his ID, which had his picture and names. What were the names on the identity document?
I know Dominic, if I recall, my lord, Dominic Ntokozo Mjako, as well as the South African ID number, the 13-digit number.
Engikukhumbulayo-ke kumagama akhe-ke ngikhumbula uDominic Ntokozo Mjako kanye futhi nayo-ke i-ID number yakhe-ke le number-ke enama-digits awu-13.
And this number that is reflected on the paper corresponded with the one contained on the South African ID, my lord.
Futhi-ke inumber lena-ke i-ID number le eyayikhona-ke kule document anginikeza yona-ke kwakuyi-ID number-ke ekuyiyona le ekhona-ke kumazisi wakhe.
I just want to show you document exhibit YY. Can you identify that exhibit?
Exhibit what?
Exhibit YY is the
Oh,
document
YY is
that
other-
we handed up yesterday.
Okay.
My Lord, indeed, it is the document I referred to, dated 5 May 2020, from the Legal Practice Council.
Ilona ke le document ebengikhuluma ngalo ke elinale date ewu5 May 2020 ebuya kuyona ke iLPC ekuyona ke isigaba lesi ke esibhekene ke nabameli.
Can you just put the contents on record?
So it says, so on top, my Lord, that is the address for the National Office, Thornhill Office Park, Building 20, 94 Becker Road, Voma Valley, Midrand. There's a telephone number. On the right-hand side, my Lord, it says Legal Practice Council. And then in bold, it says confirmation of enrollment with the Legal Practice Council, dated 5 May 2020. Then it says to whom it may concern. Please note that as per records held by the Legal Practice Council, full name, Dominic Ntokozo Mjiako, ID, I will not mention his ID number, my Lord, but it's depicted here, is on the practicing role of legal practitioners. And then it's signed by Charity Nzuza, Executive Officer, my Lord.
Ilona ke phepha ke lifundeka ngalendlela ke kunekheli ke lapha yana le National Office eseThornhill Office Park ku Building 2094 Becker Road, Vona Valley eMidrand kune number ke lapha base kubhalwa ke Legal Practice Council nalapho ke kubhalwe ke futhi ukuthi ke isiqinisekiso ke lesi sokuthi ke ngempela ke ukhona ke kumkhandlu noma ke Legal Practice Council ibhaliwe date yange 5 May 2020. Sicela ke niqapheleke ukuthi nanjengama record esinawo ke thina si Legal Practice Council amagama aphelele uDominic Ntokozo Mjiako ibhaliwe ID number yakhe ukuthi ke ukhona ke kuhla lwabameli lokubizwa ukuthi legal practitioners kwasayina yena ke uCharity Nzuza oyi-executive officer.
The name of the chairperson of the Gauteng chair of LPC, is it reflected on the document?
Yes, it's, so my Lord, there are two names, but where they signed is the one that says Charity Nzuza, who is an executive officer. And then you've got one, Johan van Standen, who is the director of Gauteng Provincial Office.
Kunamagama amabili ke lana ileli lika Charity Nzuza executive officer ila signed khona ke bese ke ku left ke kunegama lika Johan van Staden u director Gauteng Provincial Office.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yeah, just a minute, my Lord. Just want to check something. Yes, my Lord, yes. So, Mr. Van Stander, because I'm looking at the original that I was given, he also signed. It's just that on the copy, his signature doesn't look visible. But on the one that I was given, so both Mr. Johan van Standen, the director of Gauteng Provincial Office, as well as the executive officer, signed this document.
Lana ke kuleli ke besilifunda icopy ke lena isignature yakhe uJohn van Staden ayibonakala kodwa ke lapha ke original article uBrigadier iyona le ayinikiwe kuyabonakala ke ukuthi naye uJohn van Staden wasayinda naye.
Baloya, you're handing in the original.
Indeed, my Lord.
Yeah, you can have it both ways.
We'll hand up the original. Let's exhibit Y1, my Lord.
Mr. Munisi wants to have a sight of the original.
That's correct.
Yeah, let him show it to you. You don't know Mr. Van Staden? I'm just asking.
He has since left LPC,
Hello?
very mysterious circumstances.
You met him?
No, I'm saying he has since left the LPC.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, in circumstances that are
Mysterious. So this is YY1 and YY2, is that not so?
Indeed, in fact, the signature does appear on the copy, just that it was not made darker.
Yeah, fine.
We can just make it darker.
No, but I'm saying these documents, because they are both before the courts, they would have to be YY1 and YY2.
As a court pleases.
Okay.
Yes, what happened further?
My lord, then I went.
Is it all that took place there in the holding cells?
No. So the confirmation, my lord, I had to leave because I couldn't do it in his presence. I left him. We continued with his consultation. I went outside and made calls. I didn't do it in his presence because I wanted to establish.
Yes, that's fine.
uqinisekisa-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke lokhu abenginika kona-ke noma le document anginika yona-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke kuyiqiniso angizange ngikwenzeke lokho phakathi kanye nabo-ke ngamshiya i-consultant ngaphuma-ke mina-ke ukuthi-ke ngiyokwenza-ke ama-calls.
Who did you call?
I called our profiling division, my lord. It's where you profile, especially if you have the ID number, you can profile and analyze a person in terms of his profession, the picture, all manner of things in relation to that ID number.
Ngaya-ke noma-ke ngafonela-ke i-division noma-ke i-division yethu emaphoyiseni ibona-ke abenza lokho ukuthi ukubheka umuntu noma-ke i-profiling uma kuwukuthi i-ID number ikhona-ke lapho bayambheka-ke ukuthi wenza umsebenzi wakhe awenzayo konke nje lokho.
Yes, what happened thereafter?
Yes, my lord, but I can also confirm that at a later stage, obviously when the issue arose insofar as the professional Mr. Meyiwa, I then contacted also the legal practice council, which confirmed that indeed he was an attorney then, he's an advocate now.
Okunye futhi-ke ngakusho ukuthi nayo-ke i-LPC lena-ke ekuyiyona-ke i-Legal Practice Council ngase bafonela-ke nabo ngempela-ke banginikeza-ke isiqiniseko ukuthi waye i-lawyer-ke ngaleso sikhathi kodwa manje-ke ummeli-ke kodwa manje useyi-advocate.
It may also be prudent, my lord, to indicate that on the first appearance in Boksburg, in the lower court, in other words, when this matter appeared, Mr. Meyiwa, because I was there, was on record, and accused number 2 confirmed that he was actually his attorney on the first appearance. It was recorded, documented, it's on national TV. That was placed on record, my lord. And he remained in attendance, I think, for a couple of appearances.
Engakusho futhi ukuthi-ke nkathi-ke bingelela imantshi ihlandla lokuqala-ke eBoksburg uMr Meyiwa wayekhona-ke lapho wakusho-ke futhi ukuthi kumele umsolo wesibili nami-ke ngaqinisekisa-ke lokho ngoba-ke ngangikhona enkantolo wachaza futhi-ke yinto eyayikhona-ke iveziwe-ke naku-TV futhi-ke waqhubekeka-ke nasemuva kwalokho emela.
Secondly, my lord, in King, I also know that at a later stage he was not present on the first appearance, but at a later stage he also appeared on behalf of accused number 2.
Okunye futhi engakusho-ke ukuthi ephukeni yebo wayengekho ngehlandla lokuqala-ke umsolo wesibili ebingelela-ke imantshi kodwa-ke kwathi uma esephinda-ke ebuyela-ke enkantolo emuva kwalokho wabakhona-ke.
Sorry, but the appearance you spoke about, the first appearance, are you referring to the first appearance of this matter in the regional court?
Indeed, my lord, I'm referring to appearance of this matter in Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Okay.
He was there.
He was there.
Yes, he was there in person, and he went on record, my lord.
Engikushoyo ukuthi uma ngehlandla lokuqala-ke laleli icala eBoksburg wayekhona-ke futhi wayichaza-ke ukuthi ukhona umele umsolo wesibili.
My lord, thirdly, he remained on record as and when he was also interacting with the Director of Public Prosecution, because subsequent, which is what I will get to. Okay,
Yes, please, let's not refer to that.
Oh, all right. But he was on record, my lord, between the state and himself on behalf of accused number 2.
Kodwa engakusho nje ukuthi wayekhona-ke enkantolo washo-ke futhi ukuthi kumele umsolo wesibili.
Just want to show you Exhibit EE, which the tab version of the charge sheet of the appearance of the accused in Boksburg Court.
on the 27th of October 2020. You mentioned that you were present in court. According to the proceedings, who was appearing for accused number 2?
So, accused number 2, just a minute, my lord. So, for accused number 2, date, my lord, is 27th of October 2020. That was the day of the first appearance. And on behalf of accused number 2, it is Mtogozo Mjiako from Mjiako Attorneys.
Lana kubhaliwe ukuthi ngazo i-27 zika October 2020 ukuthi ke umsolo wesibili yena ke emelwe umnumzana uNtokozo Mjiyako obuya ke eMjiyako Attorneys.
Yes, and the next appearance.
So, just a minute, my lord, I'm going to read this.
It is fine, the record will speak for itself.
Will speak for itself, yes.
Thank you.
But I can say, my lord, he appeared in numerous times, as I said. There were numerous appearances in that court on behalf of accused number 2.
Kodwa ke ngakusho ke ukuthi ke kwaba amahlandla ke evela ke noma ekhona ke enkantolo emele yena umsolo wesibili.
And it was confirmed by accused number 2 when he was asked by the court if indeed this is his legal representative. Because such questions are asked on first appearances. He did confirm, my lord.
Kodwa ke ngakusho futhi ke uma inkantolo ke ibuza ke ngoba izinto ezenziwayo ke lezo uma kuukuthi ke umsolo wakhe ubingelela imanje ihlandla lokuqala inkantolo iyabuza ke abese iyaqinisekisa ke umsolo wakhe ukuthi ngempela ke umeli wami lona.
Mr. Court, please, my lord, regarding communication or confirmation by the LPC, we requested that information or evidence be provisionally allowed. We are in the process of sorting out the admission with the defense.
Which document must be allowed at the moment?
Yes, if there's no admission, we will call someone from the LPC.
Which document are you saying? The one of the legal practices council?
No, the information that the witness received from LPC.
Oh, I see.
He says he contacted the LPC.
Yeah.
And they confirmed that he is an attorney.
Okay. Is that, my lord, allowed, disputed?
I did not dispute that.
Yeah, from
Yes, I did not dispute that.
What is the status concerning official document? I know this is not a statutory document.
Yes.
What is the status of an official document? It would normally not be a problem if it's an SOE or a statutory body. Are you with me?
Yes.
Of a government.
Yes.
Would you say the Law Society, as constituted, qualifies under those criteria?
Well, I don't know, an
Because
official
if it
document.
qualifies such a document just by mere production.
Yes.
The contents are admissible. Mr. Minister, any wisdom?
Well, there's also.
I think the issue between accused number 1 and the state is not whether or not Mr. Mjiako is qualified.
No,
I think it's about the mandate that he had to represent him. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, no, that's another story. I'm just
Accused
asking
number 1
about
apparently alleges, from what I could gather here, that he never gave Mr. Mjiako a mandate to represent him.
Okay, fine.
I'm only saying that on the basis of what I'm following here.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Just to come back to the issue that was raised by the court between the difference between an official document and a public document.
That's it.
I think to start with, this document from the LPC is not a public document. But as to whether it's an official document, I think the point can be made that it's an official document because it was produced by someone in an official capacity. But be that as it may.
Yeah, you'll address me.
Yes.
When that.
We'll cross that bridge.
Yeah.
when we get there.
Okay.
Yes, you may continue.
Yes, my
Brigadier.
lord. So when I went back to inform him that I've confirmed the status and I was about to leave, this is now Mr. Mjako and accused number 2, he then asked my lord that first he wanted to know who was the prosecutor in relation to this matter that is before court.
Okay.
ngathi ke uma sengibuyela ke manje ke sengiqedile ke ukwenza ukuqinisekisa ke ngibuyela manje ke kuyena umsebenzi yakho kanye naye ke umsolo wesibili mase ngithi ke sengizohamba ke wasefuna ukwazi ke ukuthi kwakubani noma ubani umshushisi kuleli cala leli eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
So who wanted to know who the prosecutor was?
The attorney, my lord, Mr. Mjako.
Kwakuwumeli uMr Mjako wayefuna ukwazi.
Yes.
And the reason behind it, my lord,
As a good piece, I think let's not go there.
all right.
It's,
But there was a reason, my lord. But in any event, I told him that it's Advocate Baloyi, but there were 3 teams of advocates at the time. So I told him these are the advocates that are involved in this matter, but we are still under investigation. But I communicated this information to him.
Sasikhona ke izathu kodwa ke wamvimbile ukuthi angaseshe izathu ngamtshela ukuthi uadvocate Baloyi nokuthi kwakunethimba ke lama advocate abashushiseke abathathu ke futhi ke nokuthi icala lalisaphenywa.
Yes, including Advocate Leonard. Then, my lord, what he said to me was one that I'm not so sure now to move forward.
Yes, you may not go.
All right.
Let's not go there.
All right.
Yes.
Subsequent to that discussion, my lord, it then transpired that he, the accused 2, in the presence of his attorney, they were willing to go and make...
Yes, let's not go, Brigadier. I'm sorry about that, my lord. After the discussion there at the holding cells, what happened further?
Arrangements were made, my lord, for the confession to be made in the presence of the magistrate on the 24th of June 2024. That is in relation to accused number 2 and his attorney.
Kwathe muva kwaleyo nkulumo leyo eyayilapho ke uvinjiwe ukuthi angadaluliki ukuthi yini eyakhulunywa lapho kwase uvunyelwana ke ukuthi ke kuzo lomswa ke ukuthi manje ke uzohamba ke umsolo wesibili ayokhuluma ke phambi kwemanje la awayezogoluluka khona ke naye ummeli wakhe ekhona.
This discussion about the confession, when did those discussions take place?
It took place while the issue of the state advocate around that time to say who's dealing with the matter, so it came up around that time.
Lenkulumo yokuthi ke wayezohamba ke manje ayokhuluma ke phambi kwemanje ayovuma ke yaqhamuka ke ngalesi sikhathi ngibuzwa ke ukuthi kwakubani umshushisi ophethe le case noma ekuyena ke icala le yebo ophethe le cala.
What was clear, my lord, what was clear, my lord, there was no indication that there is a distance from, rather that accused 2 was distancing himself from the assertion or the statement he made from, or rather he made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapado. So it was flowing from that direction, from what I was told.
Okwacaceleke ngatshelwa ke futhi ukuthi ke umsolo wesibili ke wayengayiqhelanisi ke nalokhu okwakwayisekushilobo noma kwakusekhulunyiwe ke phambi kwakhe uKolonel Rapado kwakuzoba uqhubeka ke ukusuka kuloko wayesekushilo ukuphambi koKolonel Rapado.
And this was in the presence of Mr. Mjako?
That is correct, my lord, and accused number 2.
Lokhu kwenzeka ekhona uMr Mjako naye umsolo wesibili.
And was there a reason as to why reference was made to making a confession, another confession?
Yes, my lord. It was in relation to the discussion that could not speak openly, the interactions between the accused, his attorney, and the state. That is the DPP, my lord. Certain proposals were made, which were then later formalized.
Ingabe sasikhona yini kukhona yini kwavezwa okwashiwo ukuthi kwakungani ke manje ke esefuna ukuthi manje agonyuleke umsolo yebo nanje wabe sengishilo ukuthi bekhona ke lokho bengifisa ukuthi ngikusho ke kodwa ngavinjwa ke ukuthi ke ngingakhulumi ke kodwa kwakuqhamuka ke leyo nkulumo leyo ke ekhona ke umsolwa ummeli wakhe kanye futhi ke nabaphethe ezokushushisa.
Yes, what happened then further?
Then, my lord, on the 24th that morning, the 24th of June 2020, I then phoned, or rather made contact with the senior public prosecutor of Boksburg Magistrate Court, Advocate Hank Stradom. Hank.
Kwase kuthi ngalelo langa ke ekseni ke ngalelo langa langa 24 June 2020 ngase ngikhulumana ke naloyo ophethe ke abeshushisi enkantolo yase Boksburg Advocate Hank
Stradom.
Okay, thanks. Hank Stradom.
The request to him, my lord, was to assist with the magistrate that can obtain a confession.
Isicelo kuyena ke kwayikulekelela noma ukusiza ke ngokuthola imanje eyayizothi ke ithathe ke istatement ke noma ke ukuvuma.
I further informed him, my lord, that the accused in question or the suspect will be legally represented.
Qhubeka ke ngamazisa ke ukuthi ke umsolwa lona ke engikhuluma ngaye lana ke umsolwa onommeli.
And just can you just perhaps inform the court why do you say that accused was going to be legally represented?
It came out, my lord, in the scope of the arrangement, to say what type of a facility must he arrange. Is the accused coming alone? Is he legally represented? And that came up as I was giving him that information.
Ngathi uma ufuna ukwazi ke kwakungani ke uthi ke manje umsolwa unommeli kwaqhamuka ke kuleyo nkulumo ke leyo ukuthi ke indawo ekanjani ke ezosetshenziswa nokuthi ke futhi ila ekwavela khona ngamchaza lapho ukuthi umsolwa unaye ummeli.
It also came in the context, my lord, where the language issue was also discussed to say the suspect in question, what language is he speaking, so it was those formal arrangements where the interpreter would have been then required.
Naloko kwaqhamuka ke futhi uma sekukhulunywa ke ngendaba yolimi ke akhulumayo ke ukuthi iliphi ulimi azolukhuluma ke umsolwa nala sekuvela khona ngamaqhamuka khona ke udaba lukaTolika.
My lord, I just want to ascertain whether that Mr. Stradom is also going to be called.
I've got a colleague there. I don't call witnesses. But
As the court pleases,
please, you're laughing.
this discussion that you're referring to regarding the facility and the language, with whom was that discussion?
With the advocate Hank Stradom. So my lord, I can perhaps explain it this way. In order to have a confession taken at the magistrate court, that is a normal process that we follow. You speak to the senior prosecutor or the control prosecutor to make such arrangement. You don't just pitch up at the magistrate's office with the suspect.
Ngokumela nalolu daba ke ngoba ummeli ufuna ukwazi ke manje ukuthi lo Mr. Hank Stradom uzobizwa yini ukuthi azoqinisekisa lokho okushiwa uyena uBrigadier uBrigadier uthi umechaza ke uma ukuthi ukubonuluka lokhu kuzohamba kuyokwenziwa ke kwinkantolo kamanje awukwazi nje ukuthi uvele uqhamukeke lapho ukhuluma ke nophethe abeshushisi kuba uyena ke owenza ke lawo malungiselelo lawo ke ukuthi utholakale ke imanje leyo.
Would it be correct to sum up by saying appropriate arrangements were made for the confession?
That is correct, my lord.
Okufanelekile ke kwenziwa ke ukuthi ke leso statement leso ke siyothatha noma siyokwenziwa.
Yes, what happened further?
The arrangement in question, my lord, then confirmed that accused 2 should be brought to Boksburg no later than 1400 hours of that specific day.
Uma sekuqediwe ke sesizwene ke kwase kuvunyelwana ke ukuthi ke umsolwa ke wesibili ke akalethwe ke lapho enkantolo yase Boksburg kungabi later ke kuno 2 emini.
My lord, I then instructed Sergeant Mukhane to make the necessary arrangements insofar as booking out accused number 2 and ensure that he is then transported to Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Ngase ngikhuluma ke ngitshela yena ke uSergeant Mukhane ukuthi ke akenzeke isiqiniseko sokuthi ke uzoyokhipha ke umsolwa wesibili ke ase emhambisa ke emsenkantolo yase Boksburg.
I further informed him, my lord, that there will be an attorney there by the name of Mr. Mjako, who is the legal representative of accused number 2.
Ngase ngimtshela futhi ukuthi kuzoba nommeli ke ozoba khona lapha yana ke Mjako omele yena umsolwa wesibili.
My lord, I do know that such instruction was carried on, and then later the confession statement was indeed taken by Magistrate Kronye.
ngiyazi-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke wakwenza-ke lokho yena-ke uMokhane nokuthi futhi-ke istatement leso-ke sathathwa-ke uyena uMagistrate uCronier.
And then later given to me, my lord.
Base sikuthi kamuva-ke sanikezwa mina.
Just want to show you an exhibit, JJ.
My lord, what I also noted in that document when it was brought to my attention is that the attorney that was depicted in that document by the magistrate was the same attorney that I referred to in terms of the name and the details that I referred to earlier on the previous day, the 23rd of June 2020.
Okunye futhi-ke ngaqaphela-ke lapha-ke ukuthi-ke ummeli loyana-ke obhaliwe-ke kule document lena-ke engitshengiswayo-ke manje ukuthi kwakuyena-ke lo ebengimshilo-ke noma bengikhuluma ngaye kulanga elindlule lange-23 zika-June 2020.
Can you identify exhibit JJ?
Yes, my lord, it is indeed the document that was brought to me, that was completed by Magistrate Cronier, including the copies of the appointment cards of the relevant police officers, as well as the annexure statement that is attached from accused number 2.
Impela-ke ilona-ke le document leli-ke elagcwaliswa uyena-ke uMagistrate Cronier kanye futhi nama-copy-ke atshengisa-ke noma-ke kuwama-copy ama-appointment certificates awo amaphoyisa ayekhona lapho kanye futhi-ke naso-ke istatement lesi.
And it's also, my lord, dated 24 June 2020, and the name of the attorney, Mr. Dominic Ntokozo Mjiako, is also depicted here, my lord.
Bhaliwe-ke i-date 24 June 2020 igama lommeli uDominic Ntokozo Mjiako likhona la.
Yes, then what happened further?
My lord, after the document came to my attention, as I said, it was just an interaction with this attorney on behalf of accused 2 with the state.
Emuva kokuthi-ke
I'm not sure how to
Yes.
end it because
Please,
there was
let's
a certain
not go
outcome
there.
Eh, emuva kokuthi-ke le document seyihlanganise ngiyitholile-ke kwaba yilapho-na-ke manje sekuhlangana-ke ummeli kanye futhi-ke nomshushisi-ke kukhona-ke imiphumela eyabakhona-ke kodwa ngazi nje ukuthi ngiyayichaza kanjani-ke.
And what happened further regarding the matter?
Which that is now the matter before this court.
Yes.
We carried on, my lord, with investigations as well to try and collaborate or see if what is contained in both confessions, in other words, the details contained in Lieutenant Colonel Rakadu's statement taken by him, as well as the one made by Magistrate Cronier. So I did an extensive investigation to collaborate those facts, and I must indicate, my lord, that I think almost 99.9% was corroborated.
Okwenzeka-ke manje-ke kwaba mina-ke ukuthi manje ngihlanganise istatement lesi-ke umsola owesibili awesenzile kuyena uKhenela Rafati bese ngihlanganisa manje nalesi-ke asenzwe kuyena-ke kuyona imantshi Magistrate Cronier. Ngiqhubeka-ke ngophenyo-ke manje ngibheka ukuthi kukhona yini la okuhlangana khona-ke ngasho-ke ngesiqinisekiso ngisho futhi ukuthi u-99.9% ngaba-ke nesiqiniseko ukuthi ngempela-ke kuyahlangana.
We'll get to that point at a later stage. You mentioned that the docket was submitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution at some stage.
Correct, my lord.
Yebo ngishilo-ke ukuthi idokodo laselidluliselwa-ke ku-ofisi labeshushisi.
With the representations of the summary of the investigation, my lord, evidence collected was submitted together with the docket.
Idokodo langahambi lodwa-ke kanye-ke nokuchaza-ke nje ubese usho ukuthi yini-ke eyenziwe kuphenywe nako konke nje lokho okwakusekukhona-ke sinako-ke kwakhapha idokodo.
At which stage did you start engaging with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions?
My lord, I think at that time when in June we were already in interaction, hence I was in a position to communicate the 3 names of the legal team from the DPPs, to Advocate Mjiako. So it would have been way back because it was still we're still at the early stage of the investigations. So, but around June 2020, we were already in interaction.
Ungathi ke ngoJune loyo ke kuyena ke u2020 sase sikhulumisana ke nehhovisi lalabo abashushisayo ke ingakho ke ngakhona ukuthi umji yakho ngimnikeze ke amagama alabo bathathu ke ngangithi yibo bakuyibona ke ithimba elishushisayo ke icala leli ngoba ke uphenyo lethu ke lalisaqala ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And you have already referred to the fact that the Director of Public Prosecutions took a decision at some point, more or less. When was that?
It was around October, my lord, because as soon as the indictment, the decision was taken to indict, I didn't waste time, just put an application for the issuing of the warrants, which were then duly authorized. We executed on the 26th of October 2020, and they made their first appearance on the 27th of October 2020.
Umshushisi siyabuza ukuthi ubusushilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke ngempela ke abashushisayo ke bathatha isinqumo ngabe kwakunini ke ngathi ke isinqumo sathathwa ke ngayo October ngase mina ke ngeza isicelo ke saloku kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama warrant la thola khona ke incwadi eshoyo ukuthi ke umuntu angaboshwa noma abantu bangaboshwa ngempela ke yakhishwa ke ngazo i26 October base ke babengelela imanje nge27 October 2020.
And just for record purposes, which office of the Director of Public Prosecutions did you liaise with?
So that will be the one responsible for the North Gauteng High Court. So that is the DPP here in Church in Pretoria.
Ihhovisi ke lalabo abaphethe noma ke bashushisayo ke engikhuluma ngalo engaya kulona ngakhulumisana nabo ileli ke elila eChurch Square khona la ePitoli.
Now, before the accused were charged or when they were charged, were there any warning statements taken from them?
Yes, there were warning statements taken from 1 to 4. Accused 5 only gave his particulars when the formalities were supposed to be done. He didn't want to do it, so he walked away.
Ngasho ke ukuthi ke ama warning statement lokho kubizwa ukuthi ama warning statement ke kubona ke abasola yebo impela atholakala ke kwakusuka ku accused 1 uyofika ke ku accused number 4 u accused number 5 yena ke wanqaba ke uma sekufanele ukuthi ke kwenziwe ke lokho.
So God, please, Monot, we're just about to start a new topic. So it's nearly close to the normal court sitting time. Can we then adjourn until tomorrow?
Okay. You're available tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we adjourn until tomorrow.
So we're not sasa in 10.
No, I mean just arrangements.